it's Friday, it's stream time! Hello, welcome in, welcome in. We are going down a very, very deep little hole. I'm feeling great. I went outside and I got some walking done, along with, you know, a little bit of Pokemon Go because that was my main incentive. But also I've been hoping to get out of the house more often, and it's a really nice day out. It's really good. I plan to walk tomorrow, but it sounds like it's going to be really hot tomorrow, so I did it early. And thank you, Wifey. I will get you your stream frog right here. Here we go. Right next to the coffee. I've been hyping this up for a little bit. Yeah, so little, I guess, how much of a primer should I give for what I'm about to delve into? Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. I might be having to clear my throat a bit because I just brushed my teeth and stuff, so like the toothpaste is still a little, or like a little bit of throat stuff. No matter. I have my water, and I have a can of creamy root beer Zevia, which technically is not for me, but frankly there's no one right now to stop me, so... And so far I haven't heard that much complaints, like if I kept it to like one a day, but anyway. I know I said last time there was some stuff I was hoping to get done before I got around to tonight's stream. I didn't get all of it done, thanks ADHD. But I did get the stuff I did that I did get done. I think I did pretty well, and you'll see what these efforts were in due time. Actually, relatively quick. But anyway, how about I tell y'all what the whole deal with Delve is. I've been mentioning it here and there lately with enthusiasm. I might briefly describe that it is a solo tabletop RPG sort of game. Not technically an RPG, but you can introduce like RPG elements. It's primarily a map making game, and like sort of like a dungeon manager sort of deal. You play it by yourself and you draw every little facet of these little gridded maps, and like the only like semblance of story or like motivation to be had in the game is that you can just assume that you're playing with the expectation of like making a dwarven fortress or hold. It doesn't have to be. You know, again, you can kind of swap out different elements as you please, which is very good for creative minds like mine. Like, I know that's pretty much how I treated this first campaign, but otherwise, aspects of like characters, plots, world building and stuff, like that's all kind of stuff you introduce on your own at your discretion. In which case, like, I clearly did introduce. I did introduce some story into this campaign that I did, obviously, and it's only because of that that I was so hardcore invested in this game. And I thought it turned out like really, really good and interesting and cool, and it definitely does a good job of carrying like a similar spirit to Dwarf Fortress, which, you know, that makes me happy. So obviously I'm very content with this game. I am eager to play it in the future, either on stream or off. I might do 2 games at once. I might just do 1. Anybody who would be interested in that kind of thing, I would be more than happy to stream the ordeal. There would probably be facets of like, I know because I've written a whole bunch of like prose alongside the gameplay. Like, that part might, like, if I intend to do the same thing on stream, it might make it like a slower, kind of more easygoing sort of stream, but like that's usually the kind of vibe I go for, that I strive to become. Alright, so maybe to let you all in on what the hell could be up with this game that I care about it so much, I think it would be a good time if I opened up, because technically I'm actually on my art stream scene right now, because I'm going to be using Krita as one of the parts of like showcasing. If I did it anywhere else, it would be kind of tough. So here we are, we have Krita open right now. Okay, right, a few disclaimers before I get neck deep into this whole thing. So, you know, I'm going to be showing off pretty much every panel of the map that I've drawn. And there are going to be some panels that look one way, but I might describe them entirely different to the way they appear. And that's just because the map that I have set up right now is the final version. Like the whole map completed, like every panel is filled in, drawn in with appropriate detail as I felt it was most appropriate. So like, yeah, I didn't capture like every single change in the map from round to round. That might be something I'm probably going to try and do in the future if I'm thinking of sharing like future holds. But yeah, right now we just have the finalized version to work with, so if it looks different from the way that I'm describing it in the prose or in the notes that I have, that's why. So like, if anything you see is there and I just don't address it, don't worry, I'll get to it later. Next, so the way that the game works is it's not so much turn-based, but it does have rounds. in order, like, for you to have, like, X number of actions per round. Early on, I tried to make it so that, like, it would, like, X number of rounds would represent X amount of time passed in-universe. Eventually, you know, the more I kept playing, the more that kind of fell apart. So, disclaimer, you know, all the events are obviously noted in chronological order, but I think, like, in the last third, you know, there's going to be a lack of mention of a certain thing that I introduce, and the reason for that is just, like, I completely disregard the equivalence between the number of rounds and, like, the amount of time in the story passing. So, they're not correlated. Yeah. Otherwise, I have notes for the entire log. I will be describing a fair amount of the gameplay, unless, like, because there are going to be points where, like, the gameplay descriptions are going to just be super repetitive because they're gonna happen round after round after round. You know, and so, like, those parts I'll ignore. But alongside that, you know, I did mention that I wrote some prose and, like, some story descriptions alongside that. It's not something I really started doing until 20 rounds in, so a fair chunk of the first 20 rounds are primarily going to be gameplay related, but then after that point, like, there's gonna be prose descriptions, like virtually every round. So yeah. Yeah. Alright. So, I think with all that said, hopefully I can manage to work everything that I've got up. I've got a butt ton of windows to click through. Krita, my notes. I might open up OBS every once in a while, although I do have my phone to check on chat. So, yeah. Alright. So this is the story of the dwarven fortress known by the name of Thalbeer. Introduction. The great mountain king, Gumshan Rookfisher, has issued a vague yet deep desire of his subjects to find the mythical Void Crystal. To what purpose is uncertain, but the king's will is the law. Dwarves from all corners of the country of prior Flyins had flocked to the capital, forming bands of warrior, builder, and leader alike. Of the dozens of groups, the first to strike Rookfisher's fancy was the team headed by one Thistic Hornpike. As decreed, Thistic and his wagons set out for the first expedition for the Void Crystal. Those back home now wait wistfully for their eventual triumphant return. When settling to suitable ground, Thistic claimed the site as the Fortress Thalbeer, and with a squad of 5 soldier dwarves, they begun to strike the earth. Some other stuff that I also noted. Hold up. Oh, here we go. It was in the wrong folder. Here we go. So a brief description of the dwarven country of prior Flyins, just to get an idea of what kind of environment they live in. And for the record, I did make use of generators to sort of flesh out the setting a bit. Prior Flyns. The country of Prior Flyns is a modest country with a population of 776,267. The majority is comprised of dwarves. Bordered between a large frozen sea to the north, mineral-rich mountains to the south, frozen mountains to the east, and rough beaches to the west, the country of Prior Flyns mainly lives off beer brewing, trade, and animal breeding. Prior Flyns itself is mainly covered in frozen seas and has a stormy climate, which has led to a localized population despite the number of people, which means most of them live in large villages. The country's flag is a moon and 2 stars on a background in dark yellow, dark bronze, gray, and pink. Their coat of arms is a snowflake, surrounded by smaller spiritual symbols, as represented here. We'll see, like, the flag pop up in a few places on the map. Alright. And then, to sort of give an idea of some major NPCs that will be, brought up, mentioned, either here or there, or very frequently. Let's have a look at the Mountain King. Not a literal look, but, I have a description. So, Gumshan Rookfisher. White, shaggy hair tied in a ponytail reveals a thin, wild face. Heavy brown eyes, set appealingly within their sockets, watch longingly over the hamlets they've disassociated with for so long. A tattoo resembling a small lion is almost hidden just above the side of his right eye, and it leaves an aching memory of his unfortunate past. This is the face of Gumshan Rookfisher, a true spectacle among dwarves. He stands easily among others despite his strong frame. There's something curious about him. Perhaps it's his bravery, or perhaps it's simply a feeling of guilt. And then, to hear about our own fortress founder and overseer, Thistic Hornpike. In which case, I took the honors of making a portrait. Thistic Hornpike, founder and overseer. Blue curly hair is pulled back to reveal a bony, gloomy face. Shining pink eyes, set tightly within their sockets, watch thoughtfully over the waters they've grieved with for so long. Smooth skin seductively complements his cheekbones and leaves a delightful memory of his fortunate looks. This is the face of Thistic Hornpike, a true victor among dwarves. He stands towering among others, despite his hefty frame. There's something seductive about him. Perhaps it's a feeling of remorse, or perhaps it's simply his tenderness. But nonetheless, people tend to assist him while secretly admiring him. Yeah. You'll notice, just briefly, when I tend to draw, male characters, I always tend to veer into, semi-realism. It's something I tried to keep consistent to, the portraits that I did, which, by the way, the portraits were what I was working on this week, that I was trying to finish before now, and I didn't get to everything. Oh well. There's definitely more, so stay tuned. Alright. So now we're into the gameplay and present tense proper. Round 1. The entrance room is created. 5 soldiers stand guard at the entrance checkpoint. What you see before you is the very entrance, and every hold starts this way. Starts at the very top layer of a grid that will become more and more evident as we start to familiarize ourselves with the locale. So basically, gameplay-wise, if any enemies or big monsters happen to reach the entrance and defeat any which defenses that are present, you know, as soon as they breach the entrance, game over. You lose. The hold is lost. Well, this one's great, so I can't wait to see more. Ah! Okay. Yeah, so one of the aims of this game is, as you dig deeper, you want to prevent any which enemies from reaching your entrance and escaping. And, you know, apparently by association, or I guess by consequence, having to cause it to fall into ruin. Alright. And then after setting up the entrance and the 5 free soldiers that you start out with every time you start a new game, which is very nice, we set our miners to dig to the right here, and we'll get to that in a second. Right, so every round when you dig up a new space, you draw from a deck of cards, and obviously depending on what kind of card and suit you draw, it results in a certain kind of outcome. In which case, simply put, when you draw hearts, so there are 2 types of resources in this game that you make use of. Resources, 1, and trade goods, 2. Yeah, different kinds of rooms and like building stuffs and whole bunch of spendy zippity doodahs, you know, either require resources, trade goods, or both. And every new game you start out with 20 of each. So as I mentioned, like, we set our miners to dig to the right, and on digging right we drew I believe it was a Queen of Hearts. So that resulted in a total of 12, or not a total, but a starting amount of 12 resources. Plus, you also add any amount that is equal to the layer that the space is being dug out on. So since this is the first layer, it would just be +1. So it was a total of 13. And anyway, I was about to say, each suit represents something different. So if you draw hearts, then you get resources from digging out the square. If you draw diamonds, then you get trade goods out of the square. If you draw clubs, you access a natural formation. And then if you draw a spade, you open up a remnant, which for the first layer, if you're only digging on the first layer, you completely ignore spades. You know, you have to wait until you dig deeper. Just so, like, you start out a new game and, like, you're not beset by something downright awful right away. So yeah, round 1, we got 13 resources. I'm not gonna go over, like, the individual cards that I drew out. I'm just going to be describing, like, what they did, or, like, what, or, yeah, like, I'm gonna be describing the result, not the cause. Anyway, round 2. In the new space, over here in the right, we built a storehouse. And after that, the miners would continue digging to the right to find 13 trade goods total. 13 of each. It's a really good start. So what a storehouse does mechanically is
anytime you want to build some type of room, or like workshop or something on the same layer, like the same row, the storehouse allows that room to be built at half the cost. It's vital to have like early game. So we set up a storehouse right quick. You can see like we have rope, shovel, pick, barrels of something, ladder, parchments, little booties. Yeah. So we dug to the right this round, got 13 trade goods, and then round 3, we outfitted it into a barracks. Let me hide the units so it's a little easier to see. Here we can see Prior Flynn's coat of arms. I tried my best. You know, small spiritual or like significant symbols, it's just like whatever, but you know, Snowflake obviously was a bit tricky at this resolution. Like zoomed in this deep. Okay. Yeah, so a barracks was built, and that was pretty much it. The miners continued to dig to the right, and we found 14 resources. I keep clicking on the wrong... Here, I'm just gonna close that notepad window, and I'm just gonna open it up whenever I need it. In which case it would be round 4. So no new rooms were built this round. A new squad of 3 soldiers were enlisted in the barracks, led by one Captain Crom Hilltrench. So NPCs. Crom Hilltrench. Silver shoulder-length hair braided to reveal a strong, worried face. Piercing black eyes, set buried within their sockets, watch yearningly over the ancestors they've grieved with for so long. Soft skin charmingly complements her cheeks, and there's 2 ands here, and leaves a pleasurable memory of her upbringing. This is the face of Crom Hilltrench, a true warden among dwarves. She stands short among others, despite her athletic frame. There's something intriguing about her. Perhaps it's a feeling of coldness, or perhaps it's simply her odd friends. But nonetheless, people tend to buy her a drink while wishing they were more like her. Obviously, I couldn't get to a portrait. Yes, I was safe. Just had to edit out the extra and. Yeah, so if I unhide that, we can see the way I drew the units for the soldiers. Obviously the one discolored one is meant to signify the leader of that squad. In which case this particular squad is actually full, or like at maximum capacity, just 10 units in one room. Even though in this round there's only 3, including the captain. So after enlisting the new squad, we go back over to the left, back to the entrance, and the miners would dig to the left of the entrance, and what they found was a gas chamber, a poisonous gas chamber, and gas would flow up all around this room, and then spread to the entrance, and into the storehouse, but that's it. And, you know, if there were any spaces that were higher up, they would rise, because that's how gas works. Anyway, so the poison gas flowed into the entrance and the storehouse, and ended up choking the entrance guards to death. Like, poison gas is just instant death. So yeah, rip our our starting mercenaries. But round 5, didn't build any new rooms. We compensated for the loss of the entrance soldiers by enlisting 2 more soldiers from the barracks. And then the miners would finally dig below the barracks, and they would find a large creature nest. Round 6. Okay, so one thing to note is that with some of the rules, I do kind of play a little bit loosely with them, just based on like what would be better in like a storytelling context, or like a storytelling frame. So, regarding the poison gas, I made it so that like the gas would naturally dissipate after X number of rounds. So starting round 6, the poison gas in the entrance has quickly seeped outside and it made the room safe again. No new rooms were built. The creature nest that they invaded was of a creature known as a slithermole, which slithermole. I would have one right here if here. This is a slithermole. And description: scaly burrowers that live solitary underground. With long claws and thick, muscular hind legs, they are adept at digging as well as paving the ground flat. With no vision, they rely on very powerful noses to navigate. While not aggressive, they are territorial and bear a deathly venomous bite against intruders, both big and small. So yeah, that's what we found in here, along with a nest that stretched to this square, and this square. So right here, you know, it wasn't refined yet. Alright. So the miners... Wait. Oh, right. We dug to the right of the barracks at one turn. So there was a space here. And then in this round, the miners would dig to the right of this square, right here. The miners dug to the right of the empty space beside the barracks and found crystals infused with natural magic. The magic took possession of Crom and her squad, making them go berserk. Yeah, so anytime you run into like natural magic formation in like the underground or whatnot, you basically have to flip a coin, and you know, if it's heads, then it's good magic, if it's tails, it's bad. I got bad, and then you have to refer to a table of the various bad magic effects that could happen based on a card draw. So what these crystals did was they took possession of the nearest like soldier units or troop, took possession and made them bad, made them go berserk, made them try to attack helpful, like anything, like any helpful units on our side. My first instinct was, since they were enemies, then the possessed squad of Crom would move to the storehouse toward the entrance. But the thing is, there was still poison gas in the storehouse at this time, so as soon as they moved in, they all choked to death, including Crom. So we had to we had to make an all-new militia for Thalbeer. So the last note in the game notes, a new captain was enlisted to the barracks named Dortham Wirenettles. You can hear about this. So Dortham Wirenettles. Black, shoulder-length hair hangs over a bony, worried face. Shining amber eyes, set buried within their sockets, watch carefully over the folk they have been separated from for so long. A large beard graciously complements his eyes and hair and leaves a beautiful memory of his adventurous love life. This is the face of Dortham Wirenettles, a true vindicator among dwarves. He stands tiny among others despite his wide frame. There's something irregular about him. Perhaps it's his decency, or perhaps it's simply his clumsiness. But nonetheless, people tend to take pride in knowing him while making up bigger stories about him. It'll be made evidently clear as we go along that I used largely generators from the same place for like all these descriptions. Some of them are like personally written, but yeah. So now, instead of Crom, we have Dortham as captain of the militia squad. And we have our very first prose entry. Within the chambers, still safe from the gas, the residing dwarves held a large funerary ritual for all the soldiers lost. Crom's death in particular was quite devastating, as she had grown to be well respected in the short time Thalbeer had stood. With no other warriors alive, it was difficult to re-establish the militia in good faith. As good fortune would have it, though, a traveling monster hunter named Dortham arrived to the hold seeking work and lodging. As dubiously known as his background was, he was the best dwarf for the task on short notice. As Dortham was sworn in as militia captain, his first plan of action was ridding Thalbeer of the Slither Mole. Round 7. The poison gas in the storehouse has dissipated, making the room safe again. And then a Shrine of Fortune was built next to the magic crystals, and this is the Shrine of Fortune. What the Shrine of Fortune does is that anytime you dig up a space and the card you draw is diamonds, so you get trade goods, the Shrine of Fortune basically makes it so that you just get a bonus 3 on top of whatever you earned already. But it requires a cleric in order for its effects to work. So the first thing we did when we made the Shrine of Fortune was we enlisted a cleric named Boondar Splashcrag. Hang on. Here we are. This is Boondar. Here. Boondar Splashcrag, Cleric of Fortune. White long hair slightly reveals a fat, radiant face. Dancing amber eyes set elegantly within their sockets watch honorably over the clan they've rarely felt at home at for so long. A tattoo of a tear is displayed just above the side of her left eye and leaves a compelling memory of true friendship. This is the face of Boondar Splashcrag, a true victor among dwarves. She stands gracefully among others despite her rotund frame. There's something appealing about her. Perhaps it's a feeling of delight, or perhaps it's simply her sense of justice. But nonetheless, people tend to worship her while helping her out in any way they can. I'm pretty proud of the way this portrait turned out. Very happy. Let's see. Okay. So next round, I believe? No, not yet. The miners dug under the new shrine and they found 18 trade goods. Round 8. We traded 1 trade good for 2 resources. So the thing you can do with resources and trade goods is you can trade them, but there's sort of an unequal value between both. So one resource is worth half a trade good, and then obviously one trade good is worth 2 resources. So I traded 1 trade good for 2 resources, and I used whatever I had for resources to have a kitchen built in the space under the shrine. What a kitchen will do is, if you have any units or troops that are directly adjacent to the kitchen, they basically get a strength bonus. I'll get into the way combat works in this game eventually, but yeah, for now, kitchens will provide 50% more strength to any of your units that are adjacent to it. I think it would also work if they were in the space too. Yeah. So yeah, we built a kitchen, and then the miners were set to dig to the right of the kitchen, and they found a wishing well. In our next prose entry, while the dwarves praised the new kitchen's completion, it was quickly found that not many of them had much experience in cooking at all. Of any dwarf suitable to fill the role of head chef, Thistic could only think of one, his own older brother, Hamchar. His own cooking had rivaled their mother's over the years. However, it required a period of convincing him to move to Thalbir. Ultimately, he agreed to join on the condition that he would train apprentices. Once he runs out of things to teach, he would be allowed to move back to their mother's hamlet. Thistic eagerly agreed to those terms and soon welcomed in head chef Hamchar to their hold. Speaking of which... Hello, RNG! Watching anime with a friend, so sadly most likely to be lurking tonight. Hoping great stream. I'm starting to get into the rhythm of it. Here we have Thistic's own big brother, Hamchar. Nice good-looking fellow. So Hamchar Hornpike, head chef, Thistic's older brother. His blue curly hair is matted from the constant adornment of headwear. He often holds a blissful gaze with his pink eyes, seemingly untroubled in his constant working routines. He has many braids in his beard, lined and punctuated with bright-colored beads. They and his rosy cheeks create a distinct, lasting image in others' minds. By contrast, however, he doesn't have a very active social life, making him a target for rumors around the hold. Being so free-spirited, at least that doesn't seem to bother him very much. And when Thistic left their home hamlet, Hamchar stayed behind to care for their sickly mother, and picked up many tips in regards to housekeeping and cooking especially. So there we have our good old head chef Hamchar. And anyway, the wishing well. So the way the wishing well works is, it was the first remnant that we uncovered in the playthrough. And the way that wishing wells work is, if you pay 10 trade goods to the wishing well, you can flip a coin, and the coin will determine whether you get a good magic effect or a bad magic effect. So basically this is just a way that once per round you can pay some trade goods to see if you end up lucky, if you end up getting something good. Round 9, a corridor was built linking the kitchen with the Slithermole's nest, which was, I believe, to the left over here, because it was dug down initially and then dug there. Dortham's squad was sent to kill the Slither Mole. So yeah, the squad descended down here where the Slither Mole was, and... Oh, wait. That's the next round. Never mind. So the corridor was built, linking the kitchen and the Slither Mole's nest, and then I enlisted 3 more soldiers under Dortham's orders, and then I ordered the cleric Bundar to join them. Because one thing that clerics can do in combat is they can essentially increase the total amount of strength that a troop has in combat. The strength of units is kind of clunky. Like, there's strength to attack and then strength for defense, and strength for defense is basically like how you factor in their total amount of HP, and then obviously strength to attack is like how hard they hit. Which initially, early on, I didn't quite catch how it worked. I only had like a very rough idea. But anyway, round 10, all the remaining poison gas in the hold has dissipated. So when I cracked open the poison gas chamber, I made it so that within 5 rounds, like, all the gas in here would just dissipate and sort of exhaust itself naturally over time. So that's what happened there. So yeah, now Dortham's squad was sent in to kill the Slither Mole. So at that time, I forget how much strength that clerics contribute, but because this room was now linked up with the kitchen, when the troops moved down here, they got a 50% strength boost. And so at that time they had 41 strength plus the 50%, so that was a total of 61, and the Slither Mole was 40 strength. So I made it as the attack was successful, but it left only Dortham and Bundar alive. Only the named NPCs in this house. And then, as soon as the Slither Mole was vanquished, over here to the gas chamber, we built an overseer's office. What an overseer's office will do is that if you find any trade goods when you're digging spaces that are in the same column as the overseer's office, you basically receive double the trade goods you would normally. It can be very good, but you have to be lucky. So the overseer's office was built in the former poisonous gas chamber, and then the miners dug below the overseer's office, found 12 resources. This space has largely remained the same, and then instead of making stairs, I made like a trapdoor with a climbing rope. Bundar held a funerary meeting to commemorate the soldiers lost battling the Slither Mole. The experience left Dortham in a depression, and he secluded himself from any gatherings for several days. Bundar took it upon herself to speak with him alone, and though she too had been shaken by the conflict, she found solace in her spirituality. Dortham's spirits were able to be somewhat lifted after her empathetic speech, and gradually proceeded back into daily fortress routines. Meanwhile, Thistic remarked that he wanted the exhausted gas vents to be preserved in his new office. He thought of it as a unique decorative touch. Round 11. No new rooms were built. Dortham was sent back to the barracks, and then Bundar back to the shrine. And then the miners dug to the left of the space under the office, so right here, and found 18 trade goods. Round 12 traded 5 trade goods for 10 resources. And then in one of the spaces that occupied the slither mole's nest, we built a prison. And then I'll explain the prison first. So prisons, with every round, or at least the first 4 rounds after it's built, it slowly gets filled up with prisoners. And so like every round after the prison is built, it will receive 5 prisoners, which I represent with a single token here. And it will carry a maximum of 20, so 4 tokens, 20 prisoners. And so when the prison is full, what happens is that every turn after that point, you're just compensated 20 trade goods every round. Just for free. You just get it for free. And it's so good. It's pretty much crucial to running the game, like, all throughout, like, for the long term. Okay, so we built the prison, started out empty, obviously. Also, the prisoners can also be released, and they will attack any units that share prison space, or actually I imagine that they would probably try to escape the fortress that they're being held in, so they would all try to, like, you know, head for the entrance. But they are, the best way I can describe it is they are a chaotic neutral entity, which means they will attack your units as well as any enemy units that they come across. And of course, every prisoner only has 1 strength, so with a total of 20 prisoners, it's only a total of 20 strength. They're quite weak, relatively speaking. But yeah, that's the way prisons work. And then 10 trade goods were spent on the wishing well, and we got it to conjure a nurse's sigil beneath the barracks. So this little symbol right here is the nurse's sigil, and basically any units that pass under it, you know, that pass through this space will be fully healed just for just for the rest of the rounds that it exists, which there's no rules saying that, like, it has a limited supply of energy, or that, like, it dissipates after X number of rounds, so it just stayed there the whole time. Very good to have. Very lucky. Alright. And then, the miners were sent to dig, right, so they were sent to dig to the space that was left of the office, but these 2 spaces are not connected. What I did was I had them dig up and then carve out this space, and we got 8 resources. Round 13, 5 prisoners arrive, and then right next to the prison we built kennels. What kennels do is, 1, they allow you to train and hire hounds. Hounds are a little weaker than, like, soldiers, but they are faster, so that during combat, obviously, like, soldiers can only move like one space at a time during combat, but hounds can move 2 spaces in a single round. So that's kind of nifty. Yeah, so we built kennels. What else they can do is, if the space is empty of any hounds, and we come across a large creature, like say the slither mole, and we defeat it, instead of killing it, it's sent to the kennels, and then it's basically sent to be tamed, and you just have that large creature in your arsenal now. It can be very good to have. Okay, so then the miners were sent to dig left of this space and got 7 resources. Round 14, 5 prisoners arrive. No new rooms are built. The miners dug further downward under the overseer's office and found 11 resources. Round 15, 5 prisoners arrive. No new rooms are built. Miners dug below the prison and found 7 resources. And then round 16, 5 prisoners arrive, bringing the prison to full occupancy. 20 trade goods were paid. And from this point forward, I just get 20 trade goods free every round. So obviously I'm not gonna bring up, like, because I literally marched down, earned 20 trade goods for a full prison for every round after this point, and I'm gonna skip it. Because you don't need to hear that repetition. And then a shrine of defense was built on the other side of the kitchen. So this is the shrine of defense, and then this is the cleric of defense. The way the shrine of defense works is it functions as a level 3 trap that is also passable. I should clarify, an offensive trap, because there's 2 types of traps. There's offensive and stopping. You know, offensive will deal damage to enemies, and then stopping will just, you know, keep them in that space for as many rounds as there are levels for the trap, and level 3 is the maximum. And then this offensive trap would be dealing 30 strength onto any enemies that pass through here. It's very good. And then I enlisted 4 more soldiers for Dortham's squad, and the miners took a break. I will also say, like, just for the sake of expediency, I'm probably going to, like, read a lot of the gameplay notes, like, kind of more stiffly and more robotically, as we go on, because by that point, a lot of the stuff that I explain in the meantime, like, you're just gonna understand by that point anyway, so it's like, it doesn't really bear too much repetition, I would hope. So, like, I would just go, like, yada-da-da, yada-da, yada-da-da-da-da, you know, round 18, yada-da, 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 without explanation, if it's not necessary. But yeah. So, round 17, no new rooms were built. Dortham's squad was stationed at the wishing well, right under the magic crystals. And the miners dug below the wishing well and found giant mushrooms that are naturally infused with magic. The magic creates feelings of serenity and friendliness in anything walking near them. So basically, unlike the magic crystals, these magic mushrooms are good. And what they do is, if any enemy were to pass through this space, they would just be immediately pacified and become a unit under my control. It's very, very good. And also, like, I made kind of a rationale as far as traversing, like, upward, like vertically from this space up to the wishing well, instead of like building stairs or step ladder or anything. I figured they could probably just climb on and bounce up the mushrooms, because they look like they could do that. They look pretty thick in the trunk, or whatever they're called. They're fungus. Round 18. Traded 8 trade goods for 16 resources, and then right next to, I believe it was the prison, we built a forge. And a forge, you know, it's exactly what it sounds like, but in Delve, you build a forge and it basically allows you to build traps. You know, because you can't just build traps off the bat. You need a forge. So yeah, that's what forges do. Dortham's squad was sent back to the barracks. We enlisted 2 hounds in the kennel. And the miners dug to the right of the mushrooms. And what they found was a volcanic shaft. A dormant volcanic shaft, I will clarify. So basically a volcanic shaft, it's a natural formation. You know, magma used to creep up here, maybe start to spew onto the surface, but yeah, none in this one. And basically it just allows you to dig this descending tunnel all the way down to the bottom layer. Here we can see Fortress Dalvier. So it's not really good or bad, it's kind of neutral, but you know, obviously you could make use of it in time, as I did. Alright, round 19, we traded 10 trade goods for 20 resources, and then up by the space that we dug right here, we built a masonry. And what a masonry allows you to do is, similarly to the forge, instead of allowing you to build traps, it allows you to build barricades. And of course there's 2 types. There's offensive and defensive. Offensive is it inhibits enemy progress, and the enemy is required to attack it at the cost of some of their own HP. And then a defensive barricade pretty much just blocks their path, and only that. But defensive barricades tend to be much beefier than offensive barricades. So barricades is what you get out of masons. And then at the space under the prison, I built a stopping trap, represented by just kind of like a net, just ready to spring. And then the miners dug to the left of the space, of this same space, and opened up a cavern. Just a 3-space cavern. Again, similar to the shaft, it's not really good or bad. It's just, look at that. Round 20. We traded 12 trade goods for 24 resources. Built a second stopping trap up in the overseer's office. No new rooms were built. The hounds that we trained earlier were moved to the prison. 10 trade goods were spent on the wishing well, conjuring what is known as a fleet forest. And a fleet forest, basically, it's described as such. So a green, sort of smooth liquid starts to pour out from the space that it's conjured. And like any liquid, it spills out into adjacent spaces. And then being a liquid, it would also flow downward and into any adjacent spaces. You know, gases rise up, liquids flow down. And the fleeting forest liquid, what happened was the liquid itself could be pumped out, and it's not like water where there's a cost to pumping it out, like you could just pump it out for free. But what the liquid would do is that anywhere that it's spilled, it would sort of sprout a whole bunch of wild green growths and underground trees, just anywhere that they spilled. And these trees could be chopped down in these spaces, and every time you would do so, you would gain 20 resources. So in the end, it was actually a good thing. And then miners would dig to the right of the space under the prison, and we discovered an underground lake. So there was water up here, and it spilled immediately out, and then some into the cavern area. And yeah, if any units are caught in the deluge, they're instantly killed. You know, similar to poison gas. But yeah, found an underground lake. Here's 2 spaces of it that still remain. And then I think it was this space and this space, so it was 4 spaces big. It was quite a bit of trouble. Alright, yeah, and as I mentioned, that was round 20, so now the prose entries will be more consistent by this point. A local archivist noted that today was the turn of spring, confirming Thalbir's first anniversary since its founding. When the fleeting forest had overcome the lower right wing, the elated cleric Bundar preached a time of great prosperity. The new sprouted greenery was to be cut down, but celebrated, as part of a new annual holiday. Gardening shows and wood chopping contests would be the pivotal traditions for the festival, and hence, the occasion was titled Springbound. On a wave of popular support, Thistic was fully intent to grant the festivities. Then the miners busted into an underground lake. Nobody anticipated that the first Springbound would be postponed on the day of its own conception. Round 21. Spent 20 trade goods to drain 4 rooms from the lake water, so it costs 5 trade goods per room. Traded 6 trade goods for 12 resources. Built a drawbridge over the lake. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a drawbridge. If any enemy units are, like, they walk onto it, you can choose to withdraw it, and then if there was like a great fall, you know, they would take X amount of damage for every room that they fell down. But in this case, they would fall immediately into a lake, killing them instantly. So, you know. And then there were plants that grew up in the, where was it? It was the Shrine of Defense. Right here. Because of the fleeting forest. Cleared up this area of the the plants, earning 20 resources, and this kicked off the Springbound festivities officially. The miners were given a break to dry themselves off. Despite the hassle of draining the water, the lake's discovery was not all bad. Humchar discovered rather delicious-looking cricket fish swimming in the waters. He quickly took it upon himself to catch a few for experimental dishes. The most successful attempt by far was named a sea womb wrap, consisting of steamed cricketfish rib meat, garlic salt, boiled spinach, and melted goat cheese packed and wrapped in cave wheat flatbread. It's then served with a light drizzle of cranberry juice. The new dish was suggested as a regular entree for Springbound meals. Tradition that built upon itself. Alright, round 22. Spent 5 trade goods to drain the space across the drawbridge. Okay, so it was... this part was part of the lake too. No new rooms were built. Cut down the plants in the kitchen for 20 more resources. Enlisted 5 more soldiers for Dortham's squad, which the max capacity now made it a battalion. That's not something that the game says, but it's something I decided for myself. Miners dug to the left of the magic mushrooms, and they found pools of magic water. And out of one pool came a water nymph by the name of Lucono, who can cast charm spells with her songs. Now, funny thing about this. Well, actually, let me read the prose first. The miners flinched after mining into more water, but blessed they are, it wasn't anything more than small, serene pools. As they headed back towards the upper levels, they began hearing a soothing melody echoing from beneath them. One even remarked that he somehow lost his pick on the way up, and so he descended back to the pools. This is when he discovered a woman watching him from the water. She softly gave him a greeting before submerging into the pool and spitting back up his pick. After he recounted the tale, Boondar decided to leave some stone crafts and spare gems as a gift. While she was not seen again, the water nymph began to take a shining to the dwarves of Thalbir. So, funny thing happened. So obviously the magic pools were, similar to the magic mushrooms and crystals. It was a natural magic formation. And the thing is, I did flip the coin and got good magic, but I misread, which table I was supposed to refer to. Instead of reading from the good magic table, what I ended up doing was I read from the adventurer table, which is something that will come up later. And the adventurer table indicated that a bard would appear in the space. So initially I thought, a magic bard rose from the magic pools. And that's really neat. It was entirely by mistake, but I decided to keep it because I thought it was too charming, and honestly, I really love the token that I made for Lucono. It's very cute. Yeah, we have our own little water nymph, who I believe also has a little bio here. Lucono, bard. She is a water nymph, magical water given human shape. Alone underground for indeterminate amounts of time, all she had were the beasts underground and her melodious voice. Her songs resonate with a bliss that not even the coldest hearts can resist. Living separate from other people for so long has made her a meek spirit, shy by nature. Little is known about her, but she is happy to help anyone from the shadows. If that means nothing else but lulling dwarves to sleep with the echoes of her song, then so be it. She's just a good little bean, content to just hang out in her pools. And thank you, wifey, for the health trifecta. I am sitting upright. I shall hide Durat. And I stretch. No captions, I don't stroke. I think I'll open my soda now. Alright, continuing. Round 23. Built stone steps in the space above the forge to access the opposite side. Yeah, so right here, built in the stone steps so we could access this grid, like this grid space right here. Dortham's battalion was sent to the entrance, and Boondar was to follow at a distance. For clarity, the effects of clerics, you know, boosting, or giving shield strength to units, they don't actually have to be in the same space in order to do it, they just have to be in an adjacent space. So, yeah, Boondar was kept, at a short distance. And then the miners dug into this next space and got 4 trade goods. Thistic had spent the longest time hesitating to dig out the stone under the entrance. He refused to dig downward into it, stating that a large beast could be lurking in wait to send Thalbeer into total ruin. The nerves must have done a toll on his stress, as it's only now that he made the order. In his typical worrywart fashion, though, he sent Dortham and his soldiers to guard the entrance, with Boondar close behind for support. In the end, the only thing to worry about in this space were a few gems. Thistic was noticeably red in the face the rest of the day. Round 24. Dortham's battalion returned to the barracks, and Boondar back to the Shrine of Fortune. I will mention that when gameplay is happening outside of combat, there's no enemies in the map anywhere, I would just skip moving units one space at a time. I think it would only matter if combat was in place, so yeah, I just oh, I sent you over here? Well, combat's over, you can go right back to your old station, yada yada. So that's what I did. And then, yeah, so Dortham's battalion returned to the barracks, Boondar moved back to the Shrine of Fortune, and Lucono moved into the mushroom space. I'll hide away Lucono. Just based on, it's the way my layers are set up. Lucono's in the mushrooms, cut down the plants that grew in the wishing well for 20 more resources, and an inn was built in the space under the entrance, and it was named the Lazy Quail. Right here. And then, what an inn will allow you to do is, as soon as you build it, you draw a card, and then, based on what card you draw, it will, the inn will provide you with a unique hero or traveling adventurer of some kind. And so our first hired adventurer was one Jathry Frothheim, a greedy rabbit folk hero. Here she is. Again, I tried to aim for realism, but you can kind of see, you can kind of compare the two. I had to make at least one of them super cute. I figured the token would work best because it's tokens, it's all mini-sized. And then I believe Jathery also has a bio. Yeah. Jathery Frothheim, greedy hero. She is a rabbit folk, famed supposedly for slaying a rock using dragonfire. In truth, she simply wields an alchemical weapon prototype that sprays fire at unfortunate foes. Her contraption requires constant maintenance, which proves to be costly, not to mention being a prime target for opportunistic thieves, so she serves as an expensive mercenary with a chip on her shoulder. So that's the explanation for why... So for the record, greedy heroes, when you have a greedy hero in your hold, what you have to do is you have to pay them 5 trade goods per round, and if you don't, they become an enemy and they attack. Which, at 60 strength, yeah, that's not something you want to go messing around with. So, alongside earning 20 trade goods every round, from this point forward, just assume that every round hereafter, I am paying 5 trade goods for, you know, for Jathery's service, as I phrase it all throughout. Yeah. Yeah, and then after she was hired, miners dug to the space to the left of the forge, and they found a magma flow. So magma started from the edge of, like the closest edge from here, all the way to here, and then more magma spilt. Or no, it would spill out here. I think it would miss the prison. But yeah, magma is basically like a water spill, but worse, because magma costs 20 trade goods to pump out, and any room that it flows into is considered destroyed, and the room requires repairs in order to be functional again. Fortunately, well, hang on. I think I ended up forgetting about that last part because, like, I think the magma flow, like, it flowed out into the forge, but I forgot to mark it as damaged, so I never thought, like, it needed repairs at all. But anyway, Bundar joked to Thistic about how the volcano's magma was here all along. The latter was very unamused. The blacksmith was elated at the new discovery, but was paid no mind. Round 25. Traded 20 trade goods for 40 resources. Oh dear! It's meds time! I'll just read out, as I'm getting my meds out. Lucono moved upwards from the mushrooms to the wishing well, and then I hired a cleric at the Shrine of Defense, the cleric that we saw previously. I upgraded the stopping trap in the Overseer's office to level 2, cut down all the plants that grew around the magic mushrooms, earning 20 more resources. And then the miners dug to the right of the lowest point of the underground cavern, so right here. And found 7 resources. The Overseer grew more stressed as the deeper the miners dug, to where some days he would not leave his office for anything. It's thought that most of his time in solitude was spent formulating strategies to counter any monstrous forces that may be disturbed. These plans were meticulous, but Thistic was indecisive. Some of the workers had suggested Humchar to give him a pep talk, and though he was hesitant at first, he acquiesced. Whatever he said, it seemed to do the trick, at least for now. A grin on the overseer's face was a refreshing sight after several weeks' absence. Round 26. Lucono moved towards the kitchen, unnoticed. A second storehouse was built in the newest space, as you can see. I just copied and pasted because that's easiest. And then miners dug to the right of the new storehouse and found an abandoned library. Before I continue, I'm going to take my meds. Creamy. Alright. So they found an abandoned library. A spellbook burst with magic energy, and from the magic energy caused living metal to emerge from the forge. So, similarly to the wishing well, if you discover an abandoned library, you flip a coin for good or bad magic. I got good magic, and I got living metal, which, for the record, is the this little thing. That's with the battalion here, and it has a similar purpose to the clerics, where basically they bond to the troop and just like make their armor tougher. So it would result in a greater HP boost for any time they head into combat. Yeah. So living metal emerged from the forge. While Thistic had calmed somewhat, Dortham had been picking up the slack on caution. With constantly running into more magic forces as they dig deeper, he sternly suggested to the Overseer that they should look into hiring mages for their own good. Thistic was in agreement, but struggled to think of a suitable space for said mages to set up shop. Ideally, it would be close to the pools or mushrooms. The crystals were too dangerous to pass through for anyone. However, it seemed the gods had decided for them, after the small derelict library was discovered. In other news, the blacksmith's encounter with the living metal had evolved into a right slapstick comedy, and he would never live it down as long as Thalbeer held a home over his head. Round 27. Lucono moved up to the Shrine of Fortune and was briefly seen visiting with Bundar. The living metal moved upwards from the forge, upgraded the stopping trap under the prison to level 2, refurbished the abandoned library and hired the first mage. So we got mages here. They're essentially ranged units. They're still weaker than soldiers, but they are stronger than gunners, which are basically the same thing except ranged, in which case gunners kind of do measly pizzly damage, typically, like, instead of soldiers, yada yada. Anyway, hire the first mage. The mage discovered how to manifest living metal, which obviously if you build a library, it's similar to the abandoned library, except you don't have to flip a coin for good or bad magic. You just get good magic. And I drew the same card that the abandoned library, that I got for the abandoned library, so basically now I can just have living metal at any time that I need it. But the miners would dig below the space that was across the drawbridge here. And what they discovered all of the Fortress Thalbir rejoiced this day, though the sought-after void crystal remained elusive. Uncovering a different object of myth was enough to cement Thalbir into every Dwarven history book. It was the awesome Yurhef, a legendary axe with the power to create forests as well as cut them down. Legend has it that it can also bring rebirth to the souls of fallen warriors. This achievement meant that Thistic would forever be remembered, as well as Bundar, Dortham, and Lucono. Speaking of Lucono, some eyewitness accounts claim that she left the pools to see Bundar for reasons unknown. No matter the reason, they both appear to much enjoy each other's company. Most dwarves assume it was Bundar making some gesture of kindness to the water nymph, and the latter overcoming some of their shyness to return the favor. On an unrelated note, Homchar notes that some of his vials of cooking rum have gone missing. So, we found a legendary artifact. For the record, when I dug this space, the card that I drew was a red joker. After you dig a certain number of spaces down, when you reach a certain depth, you put the black and red joker in your deck. Jokers. Black joker is basically a terrible calamity, and then a red joker is a legendary find, typically in the form of some kind of sacred artifact of great divine or magical power. In which case, Yurhef here, this axe, had the same power as the fleeting forest, essentially, except like it wouldn't summon the liquid, and it would only summon like plants for 2 grid spaces, but the end result was the same. And then, yeah, legend has it that it could even bring back people from death. And then I built like this little impression. I thought that it was kind of a cool touch. Anyway, oh shoot! I forgot to take down Jathri's portrait. Okay, so here's the library with the mages, storehouse, and then yeah, I don't know how much she covered up. My bad. Anyway, but moving on to round 26. Yurhef was collected from its resting place. The living metal moved upwards to the overseer's office. Lucono moved to the wishing well and dropped 10 trade goods worth of gems into it. And the well conjured a curse. But its effects were not immediately known. Some kind of curse came out of its pools, but as for what the curse was supposed to do, nobody knows right yet. Anyway, cut down the plants at the top of the volcanic shaft, earning 20 more resources. Built a corridor to connect the prison and the forge. trained 2 more hounds in the kennel, and then miners dug to the right of Yerhef's resting place, right here, and they found an abandoned room. And basically what an abandoned room allows you to do is you can just outfit it into any room of your choice without the cost. So it was quite nice. The new room was quickly outfitted into a second barracks. And you'll see that the coat of arms for this barrack is different than the one up top. This one is of a sun beside 2 sacred religious symbols or spiritual symbols. It's a lot more neat. It's a lot more I think it's much cleaner than what I did with the snowflake. So yeah, second barracks. And we enlisted a captain for the new squad named Warosa Lockridge. Warosa Lockridge. Captain. White curly hair, neatly coiffured to reveal a skinny, anguished face. Woeful amber eyes set delicately within their sockets, watch fondly over the farms they've kept safe for so long. A birthmark stretches from the top of the left cheek, running towards her left nostril and ending on her left cheekbone, and leaves a satisfying memory of a former lover. This is the face of Warosa Lockridge, a true mercenary among dwarves. She stands short among others despite her tough frame. There's something mystifying about her. Perhaps it's her clumsiness, or perhaps it's simply a feeling of joy. But nonetheless, people tend to hit it off with her while training with her whenever she's available. So in that barracks we had a second squad, and this time I used different colors to indicate the leader, to indicate Warosa. It was just regular soldiers again, melee units. But I guess I just decided these ones are gonna hold spears in particular. And I also changed the helmet just ever so slightly to have this little feather instead of these little horns out in the front. So yeah. New barracks, new captain, new NPC. Dortham was promoted to major, while Thistic was in high spirits. Dortham was promoted to major, while Thistic was in high spirits. When celebrations began settling down, he expressed ever more stern want for caution while they had been holding a good luck streak. The discovery of an old room made Dortham especially wary now, believing Thalbeer is very well settled atop an old, failed dwarven hold. The overseer decided to humor him and turned the room into a second barracks. When asked about recommendations for the new squad captain, he nominated one Warosa Lockridge from his own battalion. She held a strong head while cultivating camaraderie within her ranks. However, Dortham also suggested connecting the forge and the prison and training more hounds. He felt that if an enemy began ascending from the depths, the left wing has fewer defenses outfitted into it, and they should compensate for this. Thistic's great respect for Dortham provided ample room for the major to shape Thalbeer as he wished, and some dwarves took note of this with suspicion. Round 27. Traded 20 resources for 10 trade goods. The living metal moved towards the entrance. The new dogs were moved to the prison with the other hounds. Lucono descended to the mushrooms. And a secret passage was conjured from the dwarven mages. And it was conjured between the new barracks here and the space left of the Shrine of Defense, right here. Yeah, so this indicates just sort of like a stationary, like, teleportation spell that they could rely on if they ever needed to move upwards. Alright. The miners dug left to a space under the masonry. So right here. And they found a crystal cavern. The diamond dust curse was triggered, destroying the cavern. The mage had caught wind of Dortham's wishes to better secure Thalbeer from possible threats and wished to contribute. They could create a magic teleportation gate to serve as a secret passage for Warosa's squad to utilize. However, the components to cast said spell were extremely costly. Nevertheless, they managed to persuade the Overseer to give all that was needed, and the passageway was created successfully. Jathery heard of this business and scowled, but Thistic assured her that there's still enough to pay her with. As he then heard of the great fortune of crystals mined out under the masonry, he smiled confidently, an uncommon sight. However, as he looked into the cavern and stepped foot within it, the crystals instantly shattered to useless dust. After learning that Lucono dropped gems into the wishing well, the Overseer's raging shouts echoed all throughout the hold. Fortunately, Bundar intercepted him and took the blame for the nymph's naivete. Thistic was pacified for now, but Bundar was ordered not to leave her duties at the Shrine of Fortune until further notice. Round 28. But yeah, I got the diamond dust curse from the wishing well, so if I found a crystal cavern, or if I just found any natural trade goods while digging, they would be rendered useless. I would get absolutely nothing out of them. So here you can just see the piles of dust. And I thought that, like, narratively, that was too perfect. But round 28, the living metal moved into the storehouse up above. Lucono returned to her pools, skittish after inadvertently angering the Overseer. We enlisted 2 more soldiers for Warosa's squad, and we built the elevator at the top of the volcanic shaft, and the miners took a break. The miners expressed an interest in using the volcanic shaft to carve out more tunnels, without causing as much endangerment to the fortress. Thistic thought it a good idea and ordered the construction of a shaft elevator. After its completion, a wave of fatigue seemed to wash over everyone in Thalbeer. Everyone wanted a break from the hustle and bustle, or at least from the potential dangers that come with digging deeper underground. And so everyone took around a week to relax and do minimal labor. Round 29. Oh, and for the record, there are a total of 118 rounds in this playthrough. So if any of you were hoping, like, I might start a new game tonight, probably not. Anyway, round 29. The living metal moved into the upper barracks and took company with Dortham's battalion. The elevator descended to the bottom of the volcanic shaft, and the last of the fleeting forest was cut down, earning 20 more resources. For the record, the liquid spilled all the way to the bottom here, so there were plants like just right down here. Fleeting forest cut down, no new rooms are built. The miners dug to the left of the volcanic shaft's bottom and found a lost enchanted spear. After the short vacation, the miners were eager to work their way through the shaft's bottom layer. They began to dig, and their enthusiasm was rewarded once again. A long spear was found buried deep in the rock, and seemed touched by magic. While not as impressive as finding Yerhef, it was definitely a good haul. While the legendary axe was stored in a secret location only Thistic knows of, this spear was granted to Warosa in order to better bolster her still Greenhorn squad's potential. However, Dortham was left wanting, as some would expect. His desires would be answered, though, as the living metal slowly made its way to his battalion's barracks, attracted to their skills as warriors. The metal would use itself to reinforce their armor, and soon became a welcome addition. Round 30. Built a defensive barricade in this room. As you can see, like the stockpile of rocks. Right here at the volcanic shaft's bottom. The miners continued digging left in the bottom layer and found 24 trade goods. Dortham felt a chill as the miners worked their way down below and demanded a stone barricade be made at the entry point. Thistic complied and commented that if it were not for the recent deficit of trade goods, he would have implemented a cannon outpost somewhere in the hold. As if on cue, the miners returned with several bins filled with precious gems. Dortham shook his head, turning away as he chuckled to himself. Okay, round 31. We enlisted 4 more soldiers for Warosa's squad. No new rooms were built. The miners continued digging to the left. Oh yeah, this is where they dug left last round, and then they dug left again and found a portal room. After activation, a corresponding portal appeared in a space under Urhef's resting place. So right here. Miners, or no, in a space under Urhef's resting place, and the space revealed 18 trade goods. And then moving back down, round 32. No pros this round. Or that round. Round 32. A treasury was built in the space of the second portal. So right up here, a treasure hold. And what treasuries do is they increase the maximum capacity for trade goods by 50. Now, a little bit of a problem that I found in the rules is that the manual didn't actually clarify what the starting maximum actually was. I assumed it was 100, but like theoretically, like if the rulebook, if the manual doesn't spell out what the maximum amount of each kind of resource is, then theoretically you wouldn't need like things like treasuries. You could just keep amassing more and more treasure and goods and just resources and everything, but I wanted to be like kind of honest about it, so I assumed that the starting maximum was 100, and with this treasury it was bumped up to 150. So yeah, treasury was built, and the miners dug to the right of the lower barracks and found 9 resources, so right here. It got to be cumbersome for the dwarves to haul the trade goods to and fro, especially with the latest boom of riches. Previously, the low numbers made it a non-issue, but now there was no avoiding the necessity of a treasury now. Many dwarves' backs and shoulders were relieved the day the room was finished, but the aches persisted. In fact, many of Thalbir's residents have complained for a while about the lack of healthcare in the fortress. Thistic had intended to build a hospital sooner, but between managing the latest mining developments and Dortham breathing down his neck, the matter had slipped his mind. Thankfully, none of the dwarves had sustained severe injuries or fallen ill so far. Round 33. Built a corridor to open access to the volcanic shaft from this newest space, right here. Built a defensive barricade at the mouth of the underground cavern, so right here. Hired 3 more mages at the library, down here. And the miners dug left of the tail end of the underground cavern and found a golem forge. At long last, fate had a reply to Dortham's caution. These awakened golems are the first threat to the hold in over a year, and prove to be an even greater challenge. However, like the Slither Mole, there is time for all forces to prepare. The bronze automatons wait with endless patience for the dwarves to make the first move. The blacksmith claims that if the golems can be vanquished, he could learn how they work and replicate them into obedient allies. Thista consulted with Dortham, Warosa, and every other combat-able dwarf with sweat on his brow, anxious for a starting strategy. Warosa wished for the chance to prove herself and her soldiers, but her squad alone would not be enough to match the golems. In turn, Jathari could tag along as crucial backup, incinerating any remaining golems. As it stands, only the mages have access to the forge, so a means of traversing up and down the caverns would be paramount. Additionally, it would take time for all forces to mobilize into position. Fortunately, the golem's initial unwillingness to attack first grants plenty of time for the dwarves. With a zealous cry, the plan was set in motion. So the golem forge. A whole bunch of golems are found in there, and initially, they're kind of like, they're just kind of wary, sort of standoffish. And the golems will not actually attack your hold until you try to claim the forge, try to make it your own. And initially, the golems didn't quite look like this. They actually looked like the purple one here. I sort of color-coded a lot of the various effects and stuff regarding good magic, bad magic, good, evil, good, bad. So the purple is bad, and then the bright cyan is good. So yeah. The Golem Forge. Whole bunch of golems to destroy. Round 34. Alright, so for the next handful of rounds there won't be any pros. It's just going to involve a lot of setup for the plan that occurred in order to conquer the Golem Forge. So round 34, bolted a ladder between the upper and lower floors of the underground cavern. Jathari exited leftward of the Lazy Quail. Warosa's squad moved left from the lower barracks. So right here. And they moved from there. A cannon was placed at the ready in the forge. One other thing that forges can do is they can house one cannon for some reason. I don't quite understand the logic, but and the miners were forbidden from digging until further notice. Round 35. Yeah, the next few rounds are just movement. Round 35, Jathari moved into the forge. Warosa moved into the caverns. Round 36, Jathari moved towards the prison. Warosa's squad crossed the drawbridge. Round 37, Jathari and Warosa's squad met up below the prison and move as one troop. 38, the troop passed through the defensive barricade into the underground caverns. 39, the troop continued leftward into the underground caverns, so right here. And then, yeah, round 40, the troop descends to the space next to the Golem Forge. They are now all in position. Round 41, Waros' squad moves in to attack the Golem Forge. Jathri stays behind to attack from a distance, because she's a ranged unit. Okay, so Warosa's squad had a total of 50 strength, and then Jathri alone had 60, for a grand total of 90 strength against the only 65 strength golems. The battle is victorious, but at the cost of 4 squad soldiers. All units return to their housing spaces. The golems can now be recreated in both forges. No new rooms were built, and the miners remained at rest. The cleric of the Shrine of Defense had heard of the soldiers who fell fighting the golems, and planned to hold a funerary ritual in their honor. However, Bundar reminded everyone of Yurhef's ability to restore life to the dead. Thistic retrieved the axe and waved it over the warriors' bodies, but it seemed to do nothing. The artifact's emerald edge began to glisten, as if ready to create trees. With a stroke, it released 4 green wisps that sprouted into large bulbs as they touched the floor. The bulbs bloomed open, and the fallen warriors emerged, alive and healthy. The dead bodies quickly withered away, leaving no trace of them behind. With victory and rebirth secured, the dwarves were ready to celebrate. However, Bundar reminded everyone that Springbound was within the next few days, so they shouldn't exhaust themselves with joy too hard just yet. As the blacksmith had also promised, he learned how the golems were crafted and could now create more in service to Fortress Thalbir. The Golem Forge itself also appeared to cease its automatic production, as if coming to accept orders from its new masters. So that was victory over the Golem Forge. Very tactical victory despite the quote-unquote losses. Round 42. Yurhef was used in the underground cavern to create several trees. They cut down the trees in the cavern's midsection, so right here, earning 20 resources. Crafted 2 golems in the Golem Forge, now with a resonating cyan energy. No new rooms were built, and the miners went back down to dig far below, and they dug left of the portal and found 16 resources. Thalbir was now 2 years old, and the dwarves went full swing into this year's Springbound Festival. In accordance to the tradition, the Overseer decided to incorporate Yurhef's power of creation into the holiday. With no remaining growths from the fleeting forest left, this was a most welcome alternative. As dwarves decorated the hold with floral adornments and greenery, the blacksmith crafted his first 2 golems to provide assistance. Their presence was off-putting at first, but nevertheless, there was little trouble had with the new automatons. The winner of this year's wood-chopping contest was none other than Warosa. Her prize was the privilege of a new room request, to which she immediately wished for a hospital. Thistic's cheeks went red, as he had fully intended to build one until the threat of the Golem Forge interrupted everything. Round 43. cut down the rest of the trees in the underground cavern for 20 more resources, crafted another golem in the forge. No new rooms were built, yet, and the miners dug below the Shrine of Defense to find 16 trade goods. So right here. Round 44. No pros. Round 44. The treasury has reached maximum capacity. A hospital was built under the Shrine of Defense. And what hospitals will allow you to do is any units that are defeated in combat in the same row as a hospital, instead of just being killed, they'll be just sent right to the hospital at full strength. With the caveat that they would have to obviously march all the way back to their previous position. However, the fact that we have Yerhef kind of made that point a little bit moot, but for the sake of some story progression, I decided to humor it. So the hospital was built under Shrine of Defense. The miners dug further leftward in the bottom layer, so over here, and found 18 resources. And resources have reached maximum capacity. Medical facilities were long awaited and now finally available in Thalbir. Part of the difficulty in its construction was determining the most optimal location to build it. Ultimately, Thistic put it in the snug space close to the kennels and magic pools. Though he was concerned about patients complaining about noise from the kennels, he found out that the room had not seen much activity as of late. With too few creatures caged within, loud noises were rare. Complementary to this fact is that the hospital is also neighbor to the pools that Lucona resides in. After regaining some courage since Thistic's outrage, she started to sing again. As the melodies reverberate through the hospital's walls, the patients have no trouble relaxing and falling asleep each night. Very good. And for the record, so you might notice, if I go up, just between the prison and the kennels here, it might look like the gap between them is not very wide, only just because of the way I drew it. But I forgot to add in the disclaimer that don't assume that this is a real-to-life depiction of the proportions between rooms, because if this was the case, this place would be inhumanly cramped. So anyway, right here, I guess, round 45, built a stockpile in the room next to the masonry. So way up in the top layer, right here, we have our first stockpile. Stockpiles are basically treasuries, but for resources. I will also add that there is more to the stockpile and the treasury than the mechanics I already mentioned, but I'll bring them up later. So build a stockpile. Max capacity for resources was bumped up by 50. And so yeah, resources no longer at max capacity, and the miners dug under the library and found 17 resources. Before anyone knew it, the fortress had been overrun by a surplus of resources. Boontar had an idea for what it should be spent on, but it would require Thistic having more patience with the miners. After hearing her plan, he soon agreed to consider it done. Round 46. built a cannon outpost to the right of the lower barracks, so right here. The cannons are both ranged units. They can only... they don't move from any place that they're stationed at, despite the wheels and stuff. But like they could fire over at anything in this space, and one cannon is worth 30 strength, so both of these cannons deal a whopping 60 strength. They are expensive, and they can only fire once per combat scenario. But ultimately, like, it's worth it. It's worth it from a strategic standpoint. Okay, so built this cannon outpost, placed 2 cannons in the outpost, and then in the newest space that they dug, the miners continued digging to the left, and they found a sealed room. And at their own discretion, they opened the seal, and it revealed a gate. Once again, Thistic's plans are brought to an absolute halt. The miners had uncovered an arguably even worse threat than the previous golem forge. Unlike the golems, however, there was no telling when the enemy would emerge. By finding a grand, garish entryway carved as a face, they triggered the opening of the secrets sealed away behind it. Disruptive, cheerful music could be faintly heard amidst unnatural, goofy laughter. Understandably, the miners were too disturbed to stay and meet the stars of the new stars of the show. The clowns of the Circus of Chaos. So yeah, this thing is similar to the Golem Forge, except you can't claim it as your own. It basically functions like something else that can happen in the fortress, except it's a slightly worse version of it. Yeah, this was previously an open gate, and I had to roll a 1d4, and basically depending on what the d4 landed on, it would determine whether or not a clown would appear that round. So yeah, there's involvement of like drawing cards, flipping coins, and a d4 all throughout this game. But yeah. Round 47. The circus clowns continue rehearsing, which is to say, no clowns have appeared yet. Crafted a golem in the Golem's Forge. The 3 golems were moved out of the Golem's Forge over to the right. The mages conjured a damaging trap right below their library, and the miners were given a break. Knowing that the mages were now vulnerable to clown attacks, the blacksmith crafted a 3rd golem to accompany the others near the cavern. The golem trio won't be enough to vanquish any clowns on their own, but they can weaken them enough for the mages to finish it off. The mages also conjured an offensive arcane trap to aid in the endeavor, but it would require resources to recharge after every use. Even still, this would only be a short-term solution, as clowns will continue coming as long as the circus is open. The overseer was pulling his beard, trying to find a more permanent solution. Round 48. The circus clowns continue rehearsing. The golems move towards the storehouse. upgraded the damaging trap under the library to level 2. No new rooms were built, and the miners refused to work as long as the circus's gate was open. The mages, blacksmith, and Thistic continue waiting with bated breath. The trap should now pack a real punch on its own, but still wouldn't kill a clown outright. When the miners caught wind of clowns possibly emerging from the chamber they found, they fell under intense dread. No matter what anyone tried, they would not continue digging until the circus was taken care of. Not even Boondar could bring them down from their great fear. The overseer continued pacing in his office, struggling to figure out how to beat this new force of darkness. Round 49. The circus brings out its first performer. And this is what the token looked like. I'll just leave him there. You can sort of marinate in his presence. The golems moved into the library. Yeah, up into the library here. No new rooms were built. Laughter from within the circus began to swell as the first clown emerged like a monster breaching out of a tar pit. This clown was a juggler, throwing and catching sharp daggers with ease. All that could be done now was to wait for the entity to approach. For the record, I assigned different roles or like professions to the clowns just for flavor. Like mechanically they're all the same, but I wanted to make it a bit more interesting. So this was a juggler with sharp daggers. The circus clowns continue rehearsing, and the juggler moves to the right, triggering the damaging trap. At 20 strength, because it was at level 2, its HP is now at 40. Yeah, the total health of every clown was 60. The mages move over towards the into the storehouse where the golems are remaining in the library. As the clowns stepped into the glowing sigil on the floor, a burst of crackling ice dealt it a solid blow. The trap did a fair amount of damage, but the mages had underestimated the clown's resilience. Rather than attack now, they swapped positions with the golem trio and would let them take the brunt of the juggler's attack. They could then aid with ranged attacks. Round 51. The circus clowns continue rehearsing. The juggler ascends into the library to meet the 3 golems. The golems attack, and they were at a total of 21 strength because each golem individually has 7 strength. But they willed its HP down to 29. The juggler attacks the golems back at 60 strength, and all of the golems are destroyed. The mages unleash fireballs on the juggler. At 12 strength altogether, its HP is now at 17. The damaging trap below the library was reset, using up 40 resources. And the defensive barricade up in the underground cavern, right here, was upgraded to level 2. No new rooms were built. The golems put up a good fight, but they were still overpowered by the clown alone. Even after the mages cast their fireballs, it remained standing, shambling ever closer towards them. As a final deed for the Fortress Thalbeer, one mage sent a messenger mouse to find Thistic. It relayed that the clown's resilience can only mean they are demonic in nature. Perhaps this knowledge could prove beneficial in stopping the clowns and the circus. Round 52. The circus brings out its next performer. The juggler moves into the storehouse and attacks the mages at 60 strength. The mages all die. 3 more golems were crafted in the Golem's Forge, and the defensive barricade was leveled up again to its maximum level 3. No new rooms were built. You can consider that, like, no new rooms being built amidst combat is a consistent thing. I just figured, like, it would be more important to prioritize the combat. As soon as they knew their spells could not defeat the clown, the mages accepted their fate. All the while, the blacksmith rushed to build more golems before the juggler could progress further. As ill fortune would have it, they were beholden to a second clown, leaving the circus gate. This clown wore mostly articles of gaudy animal furs, wielding a long whip in one hand and a flaming hoop in the other. An animal tamer. Before meeting their doom, the other 3 mages were sure to expend the necessary materials to immediately reset the magical ice trap. As Thistic received the messenger mouse, he urgently sought the clerics. Bundar confirmed that they could seal the circus again, but it required one of them to be a willing sacrifice. Due to the dark nature of the sealing rite, it also meant that Yurhef would be unable to bring them back to life. Round 53. The circus clowns continue rehearsing. The juggler moves out of the storehouse. The tamer moves to the right, triggering the damaging trap for 20 strength, bumping its HP down to 40 once again. The golems head out of the Golem's Forge, attacking the juggler at 21 strength. The juggler is defeated. Warosa's squad moved out left of the barracks. No new rooms were built. At last, thanks to the blacksmith's quick thinking, the first clown was killed. However, there was still the next clown to take care of. Resources and trade goods were quickly dwindling, and so the fortress needed a new tactic fast. In the tense spur of the moment, Thistic ordered Jathery to pursue and anticipate the next clown. Dortham also ordered Warosa and her soldiers to mobilize towards the caverns. Meanwhile, it was decided that Bundar was too valuable to Thalbir to be sacrificed. So her cleric colleague, the cleric of defense, insisted they be the sacrifice needed to seal away the circus. Bundar responded tearfully that the gods shall bless their soul, and the dwarves of Prior Flyings will never forget them. Round 54. The circus brings out its next performer. The tamer moves up into the library, the golems move into the storehouse, and Jathery heads down into the forge. Warosa's squad climbs above Yurhef's resting place, so now they were just at this space. No new rooms were built. As Thalbir's next line of defense moves as swiftly as they are able, fate scoffs at them as another clown emerges from the gateway. This one was tall, gangly, and inhumanly flexible. Perfect traits for the contortionist. As the golems approached the upcoming tamer, it ecstatically cracked its whip as its ring of fire flared to life. The cleric had gathered an adequate amount of trade goods to initiate the procedure for their sacrifice. They stood firm at the Shrine of Defense and began reciting the holy prayer from memory. Round 55. The circus clowns continue rehearsing. The tamer dashes to the storehouse, attacking the golems. With the golem's strength, its HP is whittled down to 19, but all the golems are destroyed. The contortionist moves rightward. Jathery moves towards the prison. Warosa's squad begins crossing the drawbridge. No new rooms were built. And here is how you seal away these gates, these portals. 20 trade goods and 1 cleric were sacrificed to close the Circus of Chaos's gateway for good. Just as with the juggler, the golems dealt notable damage to the tamer, but did not survive. Their joints were snapped apart, their metal carapaces melted down from demon fire. The contortionist stepped over the remaining ice trap sigil with ease, as no mages remained to recharge it. Thistic had been bracing himself to announce an evacuation from the hold, with Dortham at his side to anchor his nerves. A bright flash of emerald light had come from the Shrine of Defense. The treasures and cleric had both vanished, never to be seen again. Immediately, the sound of a large, sliding slab of stone reverberated across the whole fortress. Those who could see the Circus of Chaos's gateway would notice its colors drained, its eyes serene, and most important of all, its doors were closed. The sealing ritual had worked, but the two remaining clowns laughed aloud, even more determined to cause untold chaos. Round 56. And now you know why the entryway is in grayscale, as opposed to... It was similarly colored to the way the clown token is colored, just for reference. So like these three spots were green, the rest of the quote-unquote hair was pink, big thick red lips, purple eyes, horns, yeah. And I think I'm gonna put the clown away now that the gate is closed. So round 56. The tamer exits the storehouse, the contortionist slithers up to the library. Jathry and Warosa's squad unite below the prison. No new rooms were built. Jathry and Warosa exchanged amused glances to each other, having once again been told to move and fight together. However, the rabbit chose to stand back on the drawbridge. The defensive barricade prevented her flamethrower from being able to reach the enemy. Warosa and her soldiers would have to charge in and attack first. That's one of the things about defensive barricades like this. They don't allow ranged attacks to pass through. Offensive barricades allow it, but not defensive. Round 57. The tamer climbs up the ladder to the space above. The contortionist somersaults into the storehouse. Jathry leaps back towards the drawbridge. Warosa's squad passes through the defensive barricade into the underground caverns. The hounds dash below and through the barricade, joining with Warosa's squad. No new rooms were built. Yeah, because all this time, there were 4 hounds that were serving as like guard dogs for the prison. But yeah, they moved out and into the caverns. Warosa and her squad rushed through, and though it was bruised and bleeding, the clown was still an unsettling sight for the warriors. Jathry hung back as she said, but something neither of them expected was the sudden arrival of the prison hounds to back up Warosa. Speculation claims that they sensed the approaching danger and ran in to protect their comrades. The tamer cracked its whip and howled, eager to assert its dominance over the canines. Round 58. The tamer runs into the troop, attacking the hounds first. And the hounds attacking it first. Its HP is whittled down to 7, but at 60 strength, all the dogs are slain. The contortionist wriggles out of the storehouse. The golems move out of the forge into the prison. Or a golem moves out of the forge into the prison, because there was actually, there was a stray golem that was built up here that's now moving out and down. Okay. A golem moves out of the forge into the prison. Warosa's squad charges to counter the clown at 50 strength. The tamer is beaten with 1 soldier lost. No new rooms were built. The tamer was roughed up from dog bites, but its supposed proficiency against animals proved too much for any hound to survive. The clown managed to take down one of the warrior dwarves before another one thrust their spear straight through its colorful head. The tamer fell dead, and there was only one more foe to account for. Worosa decided to order a tactical retreat behind the barricade. The contortionist would eventually break through, but their trump card awaited just behind it. Round 59. The contortionist shambles up towards the space above, right here. Worosa's squad falls back through the defensive barricade. The stray golem descends below the prison. No new rooms are built. Jathari had a puzzled look after seeing Worosa return so soon and ran towards her. As the latter would pass over the bridge, she would pat her on the shoulder and give the honors of grand finale to her. Jathari rolls her eyes, but secretly appreciates being handed the spotlight. This could only help make her adventuring portfolio look all the more impressive. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden arrival of a stray golem. She wasn't sure if it was part of Worosa's plans, but questions would have to come later. After a drink. Round 60. No pros. The contortionist runs violently to the right, crashing into the defensive barricades, whittling its HP to 90. Worosa's squad starts crossing the drawbridge. No new rooms were built. Round 61. No pros. The contortionist continued slamming itself through the defensive barricade. 60 strength. HP is now 30. Worosa's squad crossed the drawbridge. The golem ran through the barricade, attacking the clown. At only 7 strength, it whittles down 7 HP to a total of 53, but it retaliates and destroys the golem. No new rooms were built. Round 62. The treasury has reached maximum capacity. The contortionist smashes into the defensive barricade, and the barricade is toppled. No new rooms were built. Round 63. The contortionist strides to the right and gets caught in the stopping trap, right over here. Jathari unleashes her flamethrower on the clown at 60 strength. All that is left is a vaguely humanoid charcoal briquette. Hello, Sirabanur. Welcome. I've been relaying my first campaign of this game called Delve. We're getting pretty deep into it. We're about... I'd say we're over halfway through. Anyway. Thalbier stands victorious over the circus of chaos. Many lives were lost, but every fallen soul will be remembered for their heroism. Thistic found it a very difficult choice of who to revive with Yerhef, the mages or the one soldier. He understood that the cleric could not come back. With a heavy heart, he decided against using the axe on any of the dead. The mages accepted death when it came for them, and to die for a Holt's protection is the oath that all soldiers take. Either way, resurrection seemed like spitting their integrity in the face. As such, Bundar held funerary rites for all who died to the clown's violence, even the hounds. Needless to say, as dwarves are wanton to do, they follow up with grand celebrations of their successful defense, and in commemoration for sealing the circus away again, Bundar reminded Thistic of her idea. He laughed, reminding her that as much of the previous surplus reminding her that much of the previous surplus was used in fending off the clowns, and there are heavy repairs to make. Yeah, even the doggos. Even they were honored. But, round 64. Jathari returns to the Lazy Quail. Worosa's squad returns to the lower barracks. The defensive barricade in the underground caverns was repaired back up to 150 strength, costing 112 trade goods. No new rooms were built, and the miners returned to work digging through the bottom layer. So all the way down here, and they dug over this way, and they found a magma flow. As several miners were subsumed by molten rock, one of them made comment, "Is it any wonder we found more magma under digging around the bottom layer of a dormant volcanic shaft?" Amidst the funeral processions, Thistic was quietly grateful that no rooms had been built in the bottom layer. Yet. The spilled magma may have claimed innocent lives, but there were no damages to goods or property, which was a good enough silver lining for the Overseer. Round 65. Hired a new cleric at the Shrine of Defense. No new rooms were built. The elevator was raised 2 spaces upward, so from the bottom it raised 1, 2. Miners dug left of the elevator's current location and found 17 resources. As the days began to slow down in Thalbeer once again, a thought nagged at Thistic. He and every common dwarf knows that the deeper one digs, the greater rewards they can find hidden away. However, the latest streak of misfortunes have reined in his ambitions, and so he began to look towards what may be left in the hold's upper layers. Of all the gaps left alone, the one that calls to him is the space to the right of the magic crystals. Normally, he would assign the space to be carved through, and being only 1 layer removed from the surface, what major threats could there be? However, anyone who walks too close to the crystals will fall under its possession. The Overseer saw them quietly taunting him, and it would see that he answers the call. But to avoid the crystal's powers meant digging from a layer below, next to the troublesome wishing well. The act of digging with it so tantalizingly close seemed to be challenging fate, and Thalbeer has had its fill with such troubles. Thistic was short of any better plans, though. Round 66. No new rooms were built. Stepping stones were placed next to the wishing well to access the opposite side. Miners dug to the right of the wishing well and found just as the Overseer felt his old anxiety creep its way into his head again, fate decides to play him the wildest card imaginable. Stone falls loose as the miners strike into a hollow chamber, and resting alone within it is a shimmering, ornate dwarven drum. Alas, they found the one and only Cliste, the legendary drum. The very thing the first dwarves used to find and claim their mountain home. The drum's deep roar shakes the earth, divining the depths below and frightening even the dark foes forgotten by time. We got another legendary find! Cliste would allow, miners like pickaxes, mining, tunnels, ore, stone, tink tink tink. Anyway, yeah, so Cliste had the similar setup with having 2 huge beneficial powers. The first one was every time it was struck, once per round, it would allow miners to sort of get a better idea of what they're mining into. So mechanically, what that means is instead of drawing 1 card, I would be able to draw 2 cards and pick whichever card I preferred. And naturally, this could only come about from drawing a red Joker. So, extremely lucky. You shush, Sarah. And then another thing that it could do, another power, is that any enemies would basically be scared away from anyone drumming on its face. Like, its roars would just scare any enemies away and out of combat, which would potentially be very useful. But yeah, we found Cliste. Round 67. Cliste was bestowed to Bundar at the Shrine of Fortune. 2 new mages were hired in the library. No new rooms were built. Cliste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug above Cliste's resting place and found a large creature nest. Nobody ever said that either one of the 2 cards would be good, necessarily. But as the miners followed the plan to dig upwards, their discovery had noticeably given them cold sweats. Ever since the circus incident, they are plenty wary of any type of doors they encounter in their tunneling. In this case, their caution was justified. The doors they saw in the chamber had suddenly shifted their angle, revealing the trademark ruse of the Dortus. If they decided to step forth a little closer, a miner or 2 would likely have ended up being its lunch. Dortham was a bit excited for a change, if only out of the eagerness to hunt a proper beast again. Hamshar even took interest in what flavor its meat might hold. However, Bundar remarked that the 3rd Springbound was near, and the reptile has no interest in attacking anyone unprovoked. So, for the sake of holiday courtesy, the Dortus was allowed to live for a few more days. No, they're not very tall, in fact, quite short. Shut up. Okay. Round 68. Actually, before that, let me read out the bio for the Dortus. A large species of predatory cave turtle. Their name comes from the distinct door-like pattern on their shells. They use aggressive mimicry to lure in curious adventurers, followed by falling on top of them from the cavern wall and crushing them to death. So yeah, a Dortus. Round 68. Lucono rushed up to the Shrine of Fortune to meet with Bundar. Yurhef was used in the portal room to create several trees. They cut down the trees in the space next to the portal room, earning 20 resources. 2 golems were crafted in the Golem Forge. No new rooms were built, and the miners took a break. Springbound has arrived for a 3rd time, and this year's celebration would be Thalbir's best one yet. The typical green decorations, wood chopping contests, and serving of sea womb wraps were abound, but this year's festivities were all the sweeter for what was accomplished in the past year. Not only did they find the legendary Cliste, but they fought and survived the clowns of the Circus of Chaos. When the dwarves began to tire out from holiday cheer, the occasion was concluded with a special performance from none other than the shy Lucono. Bundar held Cliste to accompany the nymph's vocals with deep, home-shaking beats. They both held strong chemistry, and all of Thalbir applauded them uproariously. The occasion was Lucono's idea, having been inspired after hearing Cliste being struck for the first time. Round 69. Get your nices in while you can. I thought you would appreciate the name. Okay, round 69. Lucono returned to her magic pools, and the trees in the portal room were cut down for 20 more resources. Yurhev was returned to its secret storage place. Some of the magma that spilled out in the left space next to the portal room was pumped out. No new rooms were built. The miners continued digging leftward from the room in the 7th layer, so down here, yes. They dug further left, and they found a slime cave. After everyone got the spring-bound spirit out of their systems, the miners were eager to do further work in the bottom layer. Thistic reminded them of the magma covering half of the tunnel, so they resigned to keep digging the other shaft tunnel they started. Their disappointment motivated him to hire and send down a proper pump operator. While regular dwarf folks could pump water no problem, magma was a whole other issue. Pumping the molten material took great care and funding. After some searching, a good fit for the role was found, and the new chief pump operator got to work draining the bottom layer. In a strange twist that would pose further justification for the role, the miners dug into a room slathered in thick green slime. The room had a pool of slime in the center, similar to Lucono's water pools. Before they were able to leave the gross chamber well enough alone, a mass of slime oozed out of the pool. Its movements suggested sudden hostility, making the miners flee and call for backup. So, you might not be able to immediately tell, but this is a whole whopping-ass slime unit. And then you can see the pool just kind of bubbling and gurgling and sliming, oozing. But yeah, we had an enemy slime on our hands. And, deselect, thank you. Round 70. The slime exited out the slime cave. This way. Pumped out more magma leftward in the bottom layer here. The damaging trap next to the circus gate was reset, spending 15 resources. No new rooms were built, and the miners dug left of the circus gate and found 11 resources. So there was a little bit of payback for spending the 15. As Dortham heard news about the hostile slime slowly approaching the upper levels, he looked at the hold's architectural schematics to strategize. After a few moments, in a manner quite unlike him, he snickered and assured everyone there was virtually no need to mobilize troops. The only problem this new foe would cause is what it would bring upon its death, and even then, it would only be a nuisance at worst. Thistic was confused, but if one as strict and wary as Dortham claimed that there was no call for worry, it must really be true. The whole of Thalbeer trusted the Major's judgment and simply bode their time. Meanwhile, the miners had to be persuaded rigorously into digging close by the resealed gateway of the circus. The Overseer promised a very good, eventual, pay raise if they could pull off the job. Eventually, their stubbornness and fear were able to be put under heel long enough for them to follow the work order without issue. Round 71. The slime moved right into the elevator. A second prison was built in the new space left of the circus gate, as you can see. and the miners took a break. With the high costs of pumping magma out of room after room, the overseer resolved to make things easier with a second prison. Naturally, Dortham recommended a third barracks be built right next to it. Thistic declined the suggestion, however, citing that if the new prisoners escaped, they would have to go through the mages and the many traps and barricades on their way to freedom. He also sought to use the circus gate to their advantage, using its creepy visage to lower their morale. With all these measures in place, Dortham was willing to relent for once. Yummy. Round 72. Two golems were crafted at the Golem Forge. The slime struggled to move upward from the elevator. So the way that enemy interaction with an elevator works is that it takes 2 rounds for them to essentially move a single respective grid space. And for a slime, that seems perfectly justified. Like, it's a slime, it's not very intelligent. But then pumped out more magma leftward at the bottom layer. The circus gate was outfitted into a stopping trap. No new rooms were built. Miners dug to the left of the Golem Forge and found a slumbering worm. Fate had a trump card in store for the Major's and Overseer's latest votes of confidence. As new prisoners were filtered into the cells below, as the slime traversed its way up the shaft at a snail's pace, as a Dortus remained stalwart in its nest. As the stone was broken through, brief gleams of reflected light flashed from the miners' candlelights. They were coins, all of precious gold, stacked into big piles. The miners nearly lost themselves to tunnel vision upon the discovery, but tish. As the sounds of an enormous, slithering body disturbed the stillness. Pitch as night, sharp, rounded scales across every inch, and long, deep breaths of smoke choked the chamber of clean air, and the dwarves of their morale. The great, terrible beast coiled around the riches was a lindworm, a wild, subterranean dragon. The miners' one and only mercy was that the creature had been in a deep sleep. After the dragon's horde was reported back, Thistic had responded at first with the anxiety he'd been known to express. Dortham had shared his elevated emotional state, and were it not for the lindworm's slumbering, would be ordering all forces to move out. However, Thistic's head had conceived a truly outrageous idea, likely even a stroke of madness. Round 73. First of all, the way that the worm's lair works, it works, again, similarly to like the Golem Forge or the large creature nest, where the lindworm, or the dragon, would be asleep and it would not be woken up unless, like, you explicitly try to steal riches from its hoard, in which case you would also have to roll a 1d4. And, yeah, depending on your result, you might get some treasure out of it, or you might piss off the dragon. Anyway, round 73. 5 prisoners arrive into the new prison. The elevator ascends one level, carrying the slime. Enlisted 2 more soldiers in the lower barracks. No new rooms were built, and the miners were given a break. After Thistic and Dortham discussed the former's latest idea, their arguing resounded across the Fortress Thalbyr for nearly all to hear. Now was finally the time where the passiveness with that's the next line. Now was finally the time where the Overseer's authority was put to the test, and both of these dwarves' stubbornness would cycle the exchanging of words over and over again. It was clear that Thistic's passiveness with Dortham's suggestions was working against him, and it was exhausting his spirits to keep arguing day after day. Homchar came to visit the Overseer's office one night, plenty aware of the pressure mounted on his brother's shoulders. Again, the conversation remains a mystery to the every dwarf, but the following morning began with Thistic marching firm through the Hold's halls. As Dortham saw him about to speak his stern mind, the Overseer commanded him to be silent. Whether this plan of his would bring Thalbyr to renown or ruin, the Major is a soldier all the same, and is in no position to refute orders from their superiors. Dortham was last seen marching to his barracks. The next day, he and his belongings were nowhere to be found. Warosa had been promoted to fill in the role of battalion leadership, and in her place as captain was a wizened resident named Sastuth Boldbrow. Oh shoot! I nearly forgot. So, I drew the clowns. We got the juggler on the right, we got the tamer on the left, and the contortionist in the middle. I tried to make them like all fairly unique in their own ways, but also kind of low-key creepy. I think the contortionist probably does like the best job of that. It's the eyes and the smile. It's all in the face. But yeah, you can see like from their hair color, like it's largely what the circus gate was. It's what it initially looked like before it was grayscaled and sealed back up. Love and despise these clowns so much. That makes me so happy. Yeah, I think, I don't know what it was about these clowns, but, like, in the moment, like, I was just pumped. Like, these 3 were, like, the first true threat to the fortress, that I had experienced since, the Golem Forge, like, actually kind of put me on edge. And so, like, they kind of stuck with me, and I wanted to commemorate that. Yeah. The Let's Play a Game contortionist, oh dear God. Terrible, awful, I love that. And then, I think, last up in this little slide of pictures I drew for this occasion, we have a portrait of Sastuth, the new captain of like the spear squad. And don't worry, I also have a bio for him right here. Sastuth Boldbrow, captain. Brown frizzy hair almost fully covers a strong, wild face. Wide gray eyes, set well within their sockets, watch eagerly over the ancestors they fought for so long. A large beard graciously complements his eyes and hair and leaves a captivating memory of his fortunate survival. This is the faith of Sastuth Boldbrow, a true angel among dwarves. He stands ordinary among others, despite his athletic frame. There's something misleading about him. Perhaps it's his painful past, or perhaps it's simply his disposition. But nonetheless, people tend to treat him like family while wanting to fight along his side in battle. And a brief update in Dortham's bio. Dortham resigned and left Thalbeer after a fierce unwillingness to follow Thistic's command. As you can see, I tried to build up like that wild face look, and the fact like it described his hair as like frizzy and covering most of his face. It gave me the impression that like, oh, maybe like he was badly burned or something, and so like a lot of his hair was singed off. So like, yeah, clearly his hair and beard are asymmetric. He has a very, very unique mustache going for him. Otherwise, he looks like a good dude. He's clearly like aging a bit with some of the gray in his beard and his hair roots. And if memory serves, yeah, that's all the portraits that I did for this stream. I will post all of these pictures on Twitter later. I hope you all liked the pictures. I worked super hard on them. Anyway, yeah, we are introduced to Sastuth. Where was I? Around 73. Yeah, Dortham just left. Warosa took his place as major. Sastuth was given the role of captain. Round 74. 5 more prisoners arrive in the new prison. The slime struggles to move in the elevator. The golems were moved out of the golem forge. Warosa's battalion moved into the Shrine of Fortune. No new rooms were built. Cleiste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left of the masonry. So, up here. And they discovered an underground river. Water floods the masonry, the stockpile, flows down into the stairwell, flows over here, spills into the forge, spills into the first prison, spills further down, and then spills into the underground lake past the drawbridge. So, like, went from here all the way down here. Yeah. Pain in the ass. One cannon in the forge was destroyed, and all of the prisoners in the first prison drowned. The drawbridge was raised. Water collided with the upper magma flow, like there was still magma flowing up here. Collided with the upper magma flow, encasing the room in obsidian. So what I resolved to do was I would allow both the magma and the water to collide, and at the time, like, this room was completely empty, and what I did was basically the whole room would just be completely buried in newly formed obsidian, so it would have to be dug out all over again. So that's what I resolved to do, like, when they both met, because, like, the water would also flow down here, meet up with the magma, yeah. After hankering for more income, Thistic ordered the final space of the top layer to be carved out. Despite the visions from Cliste, it was not to be a successful venture at all. Several pools worth of rushing water filled out several of the adjacent and lower cavities, causing death and destruction wherever it would flow en masse. As the water could be heard crashing and splashing beneath the overseer's feet, his mind recalled Dortham's rants of caution. The bell that rung hardest was the expectation of inevitable misfortunes following their previous streaks of great prosperity. It was all too easy to see and blame Thalbir's latest slew of hardships as the result of their one and only overseer's hubris, and that's just what many dwarves of the hold did. With resources low, grave danger close, and time so short, Thistic needed what seemed like a miracle to win favor back with his own homestead. As for the chief pump operator, their work was, with utmost certainty, thoroughly cut out for them. Round 75. 5 prisoners arrive in the second prisoner, filling it to full capacity, so the whole trade goods with every round thing remains unchanged. Pumped out the river water at the drawbridge, the space left of the drawbridge, the upper prison, the forge, and the space above it. The elevator ascends 1 level, carrying the slime. And what happened with the slime was this is where the elevator would be. Look what's right next to it. 2 cannons are fired at the slime at 60 strength total. The slime was incredibly weak, I think like at 35 strength. So the slime explodes, its remains splattered across the entire cavity. So the thing about killing a slime is that essentially, after they're killed, whatever space they were killed in, they would basically splatter the entire room with slime, obviously, and the room would basically qualify as being submerged in liquid and therefore useless. And of course, at the time, it meant like the elevator was stuck in this space, completely trapped amidst sticky slime. And it could be pumped out all the same, but it would be at the same cost as pumping out magma, so it was a little bit pricey. Thankfully, slime does not damage rooms like magma does. Anyway, Warosa's battalion, I misspelled that, her battalion moved down into the kitchen. The golems were moved up through the underground cavern. No new rooms were built, and the miners were given a break. By the skin of Thalbir's teeth, the passive income earned from the second prison had just taken effect. The other prison would need time once again to fill with criminals, and this recent river incident made Thistic hesitant to do anything in regards to expansion. It was like a blast from the past for those who lived in the hold long enough. As Dortham had previously confirmed, once the ascending slime came within the range of the cannon outpost, it stood no chance. Unfortunately, the new coating of viscous slime made the elevator unusable until it could be cleaned out. Such a task demanded great expenses, and the chief pump operator such a task demanded great expenses, the chief pump operator remarked. By acting frugally for the time being, the overseer would work hard to recover the fortress's wealth. Meanwhile, Warosa was informed of the plans regarding the Lindworm shortly after Dortham's departure. She followed instructions without question, a stark contrast to her once superior officer's etiquette. This plan was made in phases, and currently Phase 1 was to simply ignore the sleeping dragon. Instead, attention should be directed onto the Dortus residing in the top layer. Warosa and her troop are to beat it down, but had explicit orders not to kill it. At the same time, the golems further underground were commanded to stay away from their forge of origin until further notice. So round 76. 5 prisoners arrive in the upper prison. Warosa's battalion moved towards the wishing well. The golems moved rightward to the defensive barricade that was right here in the caverns. 2 cannons were reloaded in the cannon outpost, cleaned out the remaining slime at the expense of 20 trade goods. The elevator descended 2 spaces down, pumped out the river water in the obsidian space and the stairwell above it. No new rooms were built, and the miners were to remain idle. It was a strange blend of expectation and surprise to find a cavity once submerged in magma now encased in fresh obsidian. Although a unique sight to behold, the remaining space was too small to do anything with. The miners would need to dig it out once again to make it useful. After the oozing slime was cleaned up and ready to be discarded, Homchar insisted that what was able to be collected be given to him. Thistic granted the request, but not without a bewildered shrug. The head chef went to work experimenting with the slime supply, and was indeed able to process it into a state that was safe for consumption. He then artfully crafted a signature dessert with the ooze, humbly naming it pipe jelly. It was a versatile creation, used as a sweet spread when warm, and made a tasty sugar gelatin dish when kept cold. Round 77. 5 more prisoners arrive. Warosa's battalion continued right into Cliste's resting place, pumped out more river water in the stockpile and masonry. No new rooms were built, and the miners remained idle. Warosa's battalion had reached their position, armed and ready to take care of the Dortus at long last. Round 78. 5 more prisoners arrive. Warosa's battalion entered the lair of the Dortus and attacked at 50 strength. The Dortus was defeated, but at the cost of 5 soldiers. The Dortus was carried to the kennels and tamed, and the 5 soldiers were resurrected by Yerhef. No new rooms were built, the miners remained idle. Phase 1 of Thistic's plan was a success. The battalion was promised to return to the living realm if they fell to the Dortus, and such was fulfilled by his own hand. The exhausted and wounded Dortus was ordered to be put on a wagon and carried to the kennels. After some weeks of recovery and caretaking, the Dortus had lost any and all aggression towards the dwarves of Thalbir. The Overseer then made Phase 2 known to the whole militia, which in itself was quite easy, at least conceptually. It would require a lot of dwarven muscle to make happen. Perhaps the achievement of taming the Dortus was a sign that the whole's misfortunes may be turning a corner. Thistic's spirits felt some relief now that the recent messes have been getting taken care of, figuratively and literally. Round 79. 5 more prisoners arrive, bringing the prison to full occupancy once again, and from this point forward, I get 40 trade goods per round. Warosa's battalion returned to the upper barracks. The Dortus was moved and stationed in the underground cavern, right up here. Right up here in the roof, like just on this part of the cavern. Pumped out all the remaining river water, so now there's no more water left to pump. No new rooms were built, and the miners dug out the obsidian room and collected 13 resources. All that Phase 2 consisted of was to train the Dortus for combat. It was easy enough to employ the reptile's hunting instincts into a defensive tactic, leaving it to act as a sentinel of the caverns. If any threats appeared below the dorse's position, it would fall and squash them from above. The blacksmith had crafted several dummies for the animal to crush as practice. Although it took some time to work within its limited intelligence, its training was successful. Phase 3 was simply to take any further measures to prepare for the awakening of the lindworm. All the same, it would be vital to strike great blows against it, all without taking its life. And with both prisons now at maximum capacity, Thistic hopes it will be easier to make these projects come alive. Round 80. Traded 30 trade goods for 60 resources, built a damaging trap in the Golem Forge and immediately upgraded it to level 3, built a treasury in the Obsidian space, so bumping up maximum trade good capacity by another 50 to a total of 200. Calliste was struck, giving the miners insight, and the miners dug left of the slime cave. Left of the slime cave, and they found a crystal cavern. The blacksmith had gotten a large commission to design traps for Phase 3, and with a new rise in wealth abound in the hold, he was granted full creative liberty. He began with retractable buzzsaws built into the floor of the Golem Forge. Each saw was fitted with serrated blades made from the obsidian the miners had gathered. To make more space for the encroaching trade goods, the obsidian cavity was made into a second treasury. On its wall was a huge golden sculpture depicting the likeness of Fumhind the Treasure Beard, a dwarven demigod of wealth and trade. As though the aforementioned Fumhind, I haven't decided yet, had shown his flattery for Thalbir, the miners had struck another chamber covered in precious crystals at every angle. This time, there was no curse to shatter these glamorous formations. Still, Thistic remained suspicious of this sudden wave of great fortune. He needed to remind himself not to lose focus of the terrible danger fast asleep in the deeper reaches of the hold's left wing. Once all is said and done with this operation, perhaps then he will consider relaxing again. So the way that a crystal cavern works is basically you can draw a card each round, and it would allow you to collect an extra amount of trade goods from the crystal cavern, based on the card you drew. However, if you drew an ace, then all the crystals would be exhausted, and you couldn't collect anything out of it anymore. So, that explains in round 80, one of the first things we did was collect 9 trade goods from the crystal cavern, and traded 30 trade goods for 60 resources, built another damaging trap in the cavern space outside the Golem Forge, which I can show off here. Immediately upgraded to level 3. The mages moved down under the library, no new rooms were built, and the miners were forbidden from digging until further notice. The next trap the blacksmith made consisted of javelins fixed into spring-loaded chambers, activated by pressure plate. It took time to implement the mechanisms for these traps, but they could be armed and effective at the Overseer's first order. As far as everyone involved was concerned, Phase 3 was now complete. The final stage of the operation was the most dangerous, but every piece of the plan, all together, should prove too much for even a horrible lindworm. All that remained now was to wake the beast. and there was only one way to do it. So the next handful of rounds are without pros until round 87. So each round consists of earning 40 trade goods from the prisons, paying 5 trade goods for Jathri's service, sneaking into the worm's lair and stealing 20 trade goods successfully, and not building any new rooms. So round 82, 83, 84, 85, all treasuries have reached maximum capacity. 86, 87, snuck into the worm's lair and disturbed the lindworm. No new rooms were built. The skittering and jangling of coins and gems had tickled the air within the lindworm's chamber several times now. Today, the same offending noises brought an emotional pain to the beast that it could not bear in sleep. As the next eager dwarven hand reached out for the hoard, the dragon's fiery eyes shot open, and the thief was devoured in naught but an instant. The giant lindworm's roar shattered all peace across the fortress Thalbir, and it slithered quickly out to confront its greedy foes. So for the record, the total amount of health, HP, that this lindworm has 125. It starts at a base of 100, which, if I didn't mention before, the way that enemy difficulty works is that basically for every layer that, you dig down into, or that is accounted into where the enemy is, or where the enemy spawns, you do a base number plus 5 strength per layer that they exist down under. So, for example, the lindworm started at 100 strength. So every grid space in this column is worth 5 more strength. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's how you get 125. But yeah, it's dragon time. Round 88. The lindworm slides into the golem forge, triggering the damaging trap. At 30 strength, it wounds its HP down to 95. No new rooms are built. The obsidian-tipped buzzsaws sprang to life as the lindworm crawled into the forge. Its belly bled heavily from the lacerations, but it would be seen as sin to ever underestimate the serpent's draconic resilience. It took the wounds in stride, continuing deeper into the hold. Round 89. The lindworm rushes into the underground cavern, triggering the damaging trap for another 30 strength, so its HP is now at 65. The Dortus falls from the ceiling, crushing the lindworm, and at 45 strength, it slaps its HP down to 20. The lindworm retaliates against the Dortus, but 125 is greater than 45, and so the Dortus is killed. No new rooms were built. As the lindworm's scales clattered loudly against the stone, one could hardly hear the click of the pressure plate it slithered on top of. In the following moment, the long javelins were shot forth, skewering its body and tearing holes in its wings. Its cries of pain resonated through every corridor, but it was only the closest set of ears that mattered here. From high above the cavern's hanging stalactites, the massive familiar shell of the Dortus came crashing down on top of the lindworm. With several bones broken and disjointed, the serpent angrily bit the Dortus everywhere it could and cooked its entirety with hellish dragon fire. The lindworm may have won out against the dwarf-trained reptile, but it was in absolutely dreaded shape. Round 90. The Lindworm rises to the upper floor of the underground cavern. The golems that stood in wait in the adjacent chamber charged forth towards the Lindworm at 28 strength altogether. 2 golems were destroyed, but the Lindworm was defeated. And after its defeat, it was carried to the kennels. And then its own lair was converted into a treasury, bumping the maximum capacity to 250. And the miners were once again allowed to work. Yeah, I know. Though gifted time and again with grand riches, blessed artifacts, mighty warriors, and creative feats of ingenuity, the dwarves of Thalbyr began to understand what truly was the means of their success against hardship: strategy and teamwork. It helped them vanquish the Slithermole, the rogue golems, the Circus of Chaos, and the Dortus. And now, it has carried them past the terrible Lindworm. The final rush by the golems had done the great dragon in, and despite its grievous wounds, it clung on to its life, as the overseer had hoped. In the exact same fashion as the late Dortus, the Lindworm was carted away into the kennels for treatment and rehabilitation. It took much more time to convince the serpent to align itself with the dwarves, but with some encouragement from the treasuries, it began to show restraint. Many months of careful coaxing later, the old Lindworm had finally grown warm to Thalbyr and its residents. With all wounds mended, it was allowed back into its dwelling, which was now converted to a third treasure chamber. The dwarves returned all the gold stolen from the hoard, and then deposited more from the hold's bloated income. Needless to say, the great serpent no longer minded sharing its wealth with everyone. The loyal Dortus was memorialized with its image engraved into the walls of the kennels. As we can see, the little etchings of the Dortus in its late memory. With the Lindworm now allied with Fortress Thalbyr, the dwarves had adopted a name for their draconic neighbor: Ratclon. The name came from an old dwarvish word meaning black dragon. And if memory serves, I did end up writing a bio. Although I don't think it's anything we don't already know. Yeah. Ratclon tamed Lindworm, an enormous black lindworm encountered by the dwarves of Thalbyr. He was found in a deep sleep with his hoard of gold, granting the hold's residents time to prepare a grand operation to defeat him. After a rude awakening by a thieving dwarf, he began to rampage through the fortress caverns. However, many traps and defensive measures were set up ahead of time, greatly wounding him until he lost consciousness. Ratclon was then treated and rehabilitated in Thalbyr's kennels for many months, where he lost all of his previous aggression. He now resides comfortably with his hoard, which he willingly shares with his dwarven neighbors. His new budding relationship brought the dwarves to give him his name, originating from the old dwarvish word for black dragon. Ta-da! The Fortress Thalbyr now has a dragon. A fucking dragon at 125 strength. Round 91. We're getting ever closer to the story's end. Collected 13 trade goods from the Crystal Cavern. Traded 30 trade goods for 60 resources. The golems returned to the Golem Forge. The mages returned to the library. Ratclon returned to the Worm's treasury. 3 spaces of magma were pumped out in the bottom layer. No new rooms were built. And the miners dug rightward to the space above the lower barracks. So, over here. and found 12 resources. After the boom in prosperity and the successful operation regarding Ratclon, Boondar promptly marched right to Thistic's office. She hid a deep frustration behind her usual cheery smile, and Thistic knew all too well why. They both had a thorough conversation regarding the plans that kept getting interrupted by various ill happenings. The overseer agreed that no mining or other expansion work was to be done until Boondar's idea came to life. Round 92. Traded 10 trade goods for 20 resources. Hired 2 more mages in the library. Dismantled the damaging trap in the Golem Forge, recovering 30 resources. And a museum was built left of the portal room. So right here, museums take up 2 spaces. And the miners were given a break. When the new museum was finally completed, the remaining week saw Boondar somehow become even friendlier and more upbeat than she already was. Her intuition had proven correct all that time ago, where its construction demanded a lot of both resources and trade goods. The interior was sculpted masterfully, with 4 large blank frames lined up across the hallway. Boondar commented that the Hold's archivists now have a designated space to better chronicle Thalbir's history. All of the fortress's greatest achievements would be recorded with stone engravings within the frames, providing a rudimentary timeline for future observers. There was much to cover, too much to fit within just framed engravings. Thistic shrugged, stating that there could always be tomes and smaller exhibits for further details. Round 93. Okay, so mechanically, the way that museums work is obviously you have 4 spaces, 2 per museum space, and you would be able to memorialize some type of enemy that you've faced throughout your Hold's history. And once you picked the enemy, then what would happen is anytime you would encounter that enemy in the future, you would get a +10 strength bonus against them in fighting them. So it's a small little thing, but you know, any help is appreciated in combat. Round 93. Collected 18 trade goods from the Crystal Cavern. Oh right, so about that other mechanic regarding treasuries, it now comes into effect in this round. For you see, thieves arrive at the lower treasury. So, hang on. I think what it was that for every round that I had a total, or that the amount of trade goods that I had exceeded 100, I would essentially have to roll a d4 I would have to draw a particular card first, and then after I drew that card, I would have to roll a d4, and regardless of what the d4 said, thieves would show up and try to rob me of some of the treasure. In this case, the thieves or the presence of the thieves were alerted, and so like normally the thieves would be able to quickly make their getaway with half of the wealth of the hold just stolen, just gone. Like there would be no preventing it. But I rolled the d4 result that allows them to be detected ahead of time and stopped. Like other enemies, they would be aiming for the entrance, but if they reach the entrance, like the fortress wouldn't fall to ruin. It would just result in half of the treasury or half of the trade goods getting stolen. So yeah, dealing with thieves, with bandits. In the museum, the first archived enemy was lindworms, as you can see. Pretty much just Ratclon. No new rooms were built. Calliste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug under the crystal cavern and found 19 resources. Within Thalbir, a band of avaricious dwarves plan a heist for some of the wealth kept in a secret chamber. When Ratclon was bested, it perhaps brought crafty ideas to the Hole's priorities when it came to defending itself. Several threats foreign to the fortress had besieged it, and so the Overseer would never expect any danger to come from within its walls, figuratively speaking. Somehow, the thieves remained undetected all the way into the lower treasury. However, as they gathered gold and jewels into their linen bags, Ratclon's attunement to the wealth had caught them in the act. Worosa was eager to intercept the bandits, but Sastuth pointed out a critical flaw in their escape plan. She smiled at the captain, remarking that with some patience this outcome would be much more satisfying. Round 94. The thieves passed through the portal and down into the bottom layer. Clowns were archived in the museum. A second inn was built under the crystal cavern, and it was named Opal's Ale. And the adventurer that arrived was named Hazel Cloven and was a human witch. I do have a bio for them down here. Hazel Cloven, witch. Silver short hair clumsily hangs over a full, friendly face. Smart black eyes, set asymmetrically within their sockets, watch faithfully over the homes they've barely related to for so long. A tattoo resembling a lion paw is displayed on the side of their right cheekbone and leaves a tormenting burden of redemption. This is the face of Hazel Cloven, a true sentinel among humans. They stand graciously among others despite their fragile frame. There's something obscure about them. Perhaps it's their goodwill, or perhaps it's simply their company. But nonetheless, people tend to ask them for favors while wishing they were more like them. So the way that a witch works as an ally is when combat is initiated and they're in the midst of it, basically you have to roll a 1d4, I believe? Roll a 1d4 for any time they are in combat. Well, once per combat, not once per round. But basically you roll a d4 and either they cast a spell to your nearest troops that will either paralyze them in place for one round, or actually no, I think it's for the entirety of the combat. I'd have to double check, but like your units would be paralyzed, or they would receive a buff to their defensive strength, to their HP. I think it was like plus 20 or something. But yeah, we have a witch. Hazel. Okay, miners dug left of the lower prison and found 13 trade goods. Some of the residents could be heard mumbling about not having met many new faces since Jathari came to the fortress. Homchar suggested potentially building another inn to encourage more traveling adventurers to stop by and possibly stay a while. Bundar suggested digging it out beneath the crystal cavern and then name and advertise it based around that. Thistic enjoyed the idea enough to order its construction, but he made it clear that it meant the crystals could no longer be mined out. Without them, the inn would lose its main appeal. Not long after the new Opal's ale was finished, a visitor came in a young witch. They went by Hazel Cloven, traveling the world on a journey in mastering witchcraft. Once Boondar mentioned the presence of mages in the hold, Hazel couldn't resist the temptation to stay, at least for a while. Round 95. All treasuries have reached maximum capacity. The thieves move right from the portal room. Lucono headed right from the magic pools towards the magic mushrooms. The elevator ascended to the top of the volcanic shaft. Golems were archived in the museum. No new rooms were built. Cleeste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug rightward to the space above the cannon outpost, so up here, and found 17 resources. From the serene cavern pools, the residing water nymph had a peculiar feeling she couldn't shake. Something was drawing her out of the comfort of her shallow waters, something like an instinctual call to action. Lucono could not refuse her heart's beckoning, and so she followed her intuition closely. Round 96. The thieves continue forth, but are stopped by a defensive barricade. As we remember, there's a level 1 barricade down here. The elevator descends to the cannon outpost, carrying Lucono. No new rooms were built, and the miners were given a break. Sastuth was startled after hearing the sound of the elevator moving and was ready to jump into combat. Upon noticing that the elevator was moving down, however, he relaxed his sword arm. I should have said spear arm. I'll fix that quick. As the wooden doors creaked open, the musical nymph revealed herself to the squad's surprise. Round 97. The thieves try to break down the defensive barricade, and they total out to 70 strength, so the stone wall easily crumbles. Sastuth's squad moves towards the cannon outpost, and an ascending staircase was built to the left of the museum. So over here, and then up into here. Miners dug upwards from the staircase and found 19 trade goods. The militia approached Lucono, warning her that there's trouble coming and she mustn't endanger herself. She sang a jingle for them, requesting a chance to resolve the matter alone. Sastuth and his soldiers were inexperienced against the water nymph's charms, and so gave their trust to her. She instructed that if she is not in the elevator when it comes back up, they may resume with their initial intent. The dwarves only stood by as Lucono closed the doors again, and the carriage continued its descent. Round 98. The elevator moves down to the bottom layer. The thieves enter the elevator, encountering Lucono. So this is where mechanically the bard adventurer mechanics come in. Basically, I had to roll a 1d4 on encountering an enemy, and if I basically the bard would perform, and there was a chance that they could charm the enemy into becoming allies. But if they fail, they would essentially be defeated and not be able to be utilized anymore. So, Lucono attempts to charm the thieves with song, but fails. The thieves rush Lucono at 75 strength. 75 strength? Oh yeah, it's I mismathed. It was actually 70 strength, not 75. But the thieves rush Lucono. The nymph is defeated, leaving behind only inert puddles of water. A third barracks was built left of the lower prison. Enlisted a captain for the new squad, and this new squad was gunners, like ranged archers. It would be the first of its type. And their coat of arms were 2 dogs and 2 pillars beside them. So, enlisted a captain for the new squad. The miners dug to the right of the portal treasury, so right over here, and they found a blinding gas chamber. Blinding gas fills its chamber and the portal treasury. As the creaking elevator settled at the bottom of the shaft, the thieves were anxious to get moving with their haul. How unexpected it was that they realized that the lift was not picking them up, but dropping someone off. The water nymph, so beloved by all of Thalbeer, had stepped out, confronting the band of thieves. As she began to sing her graceful melody, one robber visibly grew less determined in their goals, then another and another. The final thief, the leader, had steeled his mind accordingly with his resolve for riches. With no further hesitation, he charged through and passed Lucono into the open elevator. Her alluring song was halted by a shrill scream, followed immediately with dead silence. The other thieves snap out of their stupor, joining their boss with no heed to why he was now soaked from every square inch. Meanwhile, some dwarves petitioned for a third militia specialized in ranged weaponry. Thistic granted the request absent-mindedly, focused on the sudden sinking feeling deep in his gut. As the miners were sent away to work, they quickly retreated back to report thick gas like smoke having blown out from the new space. He was grateful to hear the gas was otherwise harmless, and felt the slightest nostalgic at this familiar turn of events. However, this news had not quelled the sickened pains within his heart. He dreaded having to learn of what brought these feelings. Round 99. The elevator rises 1 level, carrying the thieves. 4 gunners were enlisted in the leftward barracks, the new barracks. 4 hounds were trained again in the kennels. The magma next to the upper treasury was pumped out. No new rooms were built. Cleiste was struck, giving the miners insight. The miners dug left of the new stairwell down below here, and they found 21 resources. As the new archer squad came along, Thistic neglected to station more hounds to stand guard over the upper prison. Such a decree was simple enough to get done. The vast amount of riches in the hold now made nearly anything possible, he felt. He had the chief pump operator work further on some of the magma on the 3rd floor, with little care for the costs. And yet, no amount of gold could do anything about whatever was looming over his soul. Round 100. We only have 18 rounds to go, y'all. The elevator rises 1 level, carrying the thieves. I figured that the thieves would be, because they're actually dwarves, they would be somewhat proficient in using the elevator, so they would only rise 1 level per round. But yeah. The hounds were moved into the upper prison. No new rooms were built. Cleiste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left of the gunner barracks and found 10 resources. So, over this way. over this pretty scene that I'm pretty proud of. Thistic had the thought to ask around the hold, taking head counts and checking if anyone had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Many dwarves couldn't give any news he sought for, and neither could Homchar, Bundar, Warosa, Jathari, or Hazel. It was only after coming down to speak with Sastuth that he learned of his brief encounter with Lucono, and something strange happening with the elevator and bottom layer. The overseer looked down the volcanic shaft, unable to make out the slowly rising lift, or anything else for that matter. The pit in his stomach grew wider as he remained there, patiently waiting. Round 101. The elevator rises one level, carrying the thieves. No new rooms were built. Cleiste was struck, giving the miners insight. The miners dug to the right of Opal's Ale and found 11 resources. So, right here. The miners began to grow concerned when they continuously received visions from Cleiste before every work order. Knowing that the blessed drum was in Bundar's possession, they climbed up to her shrine. What they expected was for her to cheerfully remark that it was done under Thistic's paranoid orders. When they arrived, though, they found was much more unsettling. Bundar was vigorously drumming Cleiste. Her eyes rolled behind their sockets as she was under a powerful trance. No matter how they tried to snap her out of it, there was no stopping her in her current state. The dwarves tried reporting the matter to the overseer, only to have him turn them away as he stared down the elevator shaft. All they could do for now was wait for either problem to resolve itself somehow, and simply continue digging. Round 102. The elevator rises one level, carrying the thieves. A second kitchen was built next to Opal's Ale. Cleiste was struck. Cleiste is gonna be struck, like, within the next handful of rounds. I did it for the ease of gameplay, because at this point I was actually running out of spaces on the grid. Who's being struck? No! Cleiste, the legendary drum, is being struck by Bundar, the cleric of fortune. The miners are only given insight because of the drum's power. Anyway, after nearly 4 years serving food in Fortress Thalbeer, Homchar's 2 apprentices have exhausted nearly all his knowledge of dwarven culinary arts. As a final test, he gave them the task of making a full-course meal of sea worm wraps, pike jelly, and a signature dish of their own creation. The first, named Ragrov, presented a side dish he calls his Iron Hill Crispies, breaded and fried bits of yak spleen, stuffed with garlic and dried flame pickles, served with gravy sauce for dipping. The second, Galshi, presented an entree she calls fume nut ravioli, boiled noodles stuffed with fume nuts, pre-boiled corn kernels, bits of smoked deer tongue, and tomato sauce. Noodles are served in a creamy Gouda broth. Both apprentices have more than proven their skill as dwarven chefs to Homchar. He promoted both to heads of both kitchens in the fortress and followed up such honors with his own resignation. Of course, he couldn't prepare to leave without giving proper goodbyes to his younger brother, the overseer. However, delays appeared inevitable, as the latter was caught up in another anxious fit. Round 103. The elevator rises one level, carrying the thieves. The blinding gas in the portal treasury has dissipated. For the record, blinding gas is not lethal, but it does obscure a ranged unit's vision, so they can't actually attack anything, like, amidst the gas. So yeah. Both cannons in the cannon outpost fire upon the thieves in the elevator. At 60 strength, their HP is whittled down to 5. No new rooms were built. Calliste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left of the ruined crystal cavern. Appeared this ruined crystal cavern and found and disturbed a creature hive. Tube rollies rush out of their hive. As the elevator gradually came into visibility from the darkness below, Thistic was yanked away from the shaft. Sastuth and the warriors took positions with the cannons, and as the carriage opened, no sign of Lucono was found aside from the thieves' leader being the only one drenched in water. The captain grit his teeth and immediately ordered both cannons to be fired. The small party of robbers were absolutely decimated, leaving the elevator's interior caked in blood and gore. However, both shots managed to miss hitting the leader, who had been carrying all the loot. In a panic, he tried to close the elevator doors and continue his journey upwards. With Sastuth's squad being slow to charge, the brigand managed to escape further carnage. Thistic was speechless, seeing what became of Lucono. He couldn't muster the will to care about the riches being potentially stolen at that very moment. The water nymph that he and virtually everyone in Thalbir adored so much was now gone forever. Utterly heartbroken, he sullenly dragged himself into his office and refused any and all company. Meanwhile, the next mining order brought chills to the diggers. Calliste gave them only bad omens regarding this next cavity, and would all too soon be proven true. The wall opposite to the miners was filled with small holes, with crude gravel chutes underneath each one. A golden ball soon rolled out of one of the holes, a tube rolly. Upon eye contact with the dwarves, it sprang out little claws and cried out. Before they could properly assess anything, a swarm of rolling mini golems began to blanket over the workers, covering them with hundreds of cuts. While managing to escape, the tube rollies began their own coordinated assault on Thalbir. And for the record, this is what a tube rolly looks like. Teeny tiny little rolly golem. And there is a bio for tube rollies. Small spherical golems designed to carve and access small tunnels underground. A critical malfunction in the ancient past has made them go rogue, attacking anything alive. They attack in groups with sharp, retractable metal claws. So small and so cute, but so deadly. Okay, yeah, and you can just picture, like, I pretty much just copied and pasted this little guy over and over just to represent a swarm. Round 104. The elevator rises one level, carrying the thief. The tube rollies swarm into the ruined crystal cavern. The cleric of defense moved down to the hospital. Warosa's battalion moved to the Shrine of Defense. No new rooms were built. Miners were given a break. Warosa and her soldiers were quickly notified from one of Sastuth's scouts of the situation regarding the thief. She jumped at the chance to bring a swift, painful interception upon him, pent up from months of inactivity. She gave a passing tip to the cleric to seek shelter, just as a precaution. With the tube rollies skittering along on their route of destruction, the miners went towards Thistic on first impulse. Unfortunately, the trap door leading up had been locked from within, leaving the miners helpless. It was only good fortune that Jathari had been seen outside the Lazy Quail's doors to hear out their pleas. She thought their fear for such meager golems quite pathetic, but agreed to help if it would keep the racket down. Round 105, no pros. The elevator rises up to the top floor carrying the thief. The two Broly's move further right. Waros's battalion marches into the upper kitchen. No new rooms were built. Miners continued their break, so they moved here. Round 106. The thief moves towards the magic mushrooms. The two Broly's head to the space left of the lazy quail, right here. Jathri unleashes fiery fury on the two Broly's at 60 strength. The golems remain as little more than puddles of slag. No new rooms were built, and the miners continued their break. The miners were grateful for the hero's aid, though it didn't solve the problem with reaching the Overseer. If they couldn't receive any work orders, there would be no hope of finding the Void Crystal. Despite all the horrors that they endured for nearly 4 years, these dwarves never lost sight nor hope of their mission. King Brookfisher himself expects the best from them all, and it would crush their spirits to disappoint him if they had any other choice. In the aftermath of the two Broly's defeat, the blacksmith scrounged up what little scraps he could find. Ever fascinated with golem handiwork, he aimed to come up with his own equivalent Rollies soon enough. However, he would quickly learn that his smithing skills alone were not enough to bring these automatons to life. He needed other fields of expertise to complement his own. Round 107. The thief moves up to the wishing well. Waros's battalion rushes towards the thief. At 50 strength? And the robber's efforts are squashed under iron boots. The blinding gas in the gaseous chamber below has been expended. A second Overseer's office is built next to the lower magma flow. It is known as the Underseer's office. Miners continued their break. After days of seclusion in his office, Thistic came out to announce Lucono's death to the public. As expected, many dwarves were overwhelmed with confusion and grief. The water nymph's presence actively made Thalbir's quality of life better, simply doing what she loved to do most, to sing. Although it was not ever often that she was seen out and about, her kindness, modesty, and inhuman amount of talent made her a beloved figure in all of the hold. It wasn't long after the announcement that Thistic was seen slowly retreating back to his office with no other words. While the dwarves understood his sorrow, one of the miners had spoken up with outrage. She remarked how the Overseer kept hindering progress in the fortress with his latest obsessions around his emotional turmoils. The other miners were inclined to agree, in addition to a handful of resident dwarves. Eventually, the crowd started chanting, demanding something be done, something to change in the fortress's management. The next day, Thistic called for a meeting with the miner. She arrived, to which the Overseer made clear how he agreed with her protest and ultimately needed assistance in his role. Henceforth, he promoted the miner, named Lundak Salvgears, to the new role of Underseer. Though the title was different, their jobs and ranks were the same. If one could not fulfill their job for any reason, the other could take up the mantle. If both were indisposed, they could bring in more seers as necessary. Lundak was hesitant to receive the honors, thinking herself nothing more special than any laboring dwarf. But it was clear that this was a critical change in Thalbir, and one that would be for the Hold's best interests. If she needed to be the first in line to bring this change, so be it. And then I believe this is the last written bio for an NPC. Lundak Salvgears, the Underseer. Red, greasy hair tied in a ponytail reveals a craggy, gloomy face. Dark darting green eyes, set buried within their sockets, watch discerningly over the homestead they've looked after for so long. A birthmark reaches from just under the left eyebrow, running towards the left side of her lips and ending above her left eye, and leaves a heartbreaking memory of her luck. This is the face of Lundak Salvgears, a true defender among dwarves. She stands seductively among others, despite her muscled frame. Ooh la la. There's something seductive about her. Thank you, generator. Perhaps it's her good looks, or perhaps it's simply a feeling of comfort. But nonetheless, people tend to take pride in knowing her as a friend, while jealousy consumes them. That's the last of the bios of all the notable NPCs. Anyway, round 108. The Cleric of Defense returns to their shrine. Waros' battalion returns to the upper barracks. The 2 cannons in the outpost are reloaded, and an inventor's lab was built in the space above the lower barracks. So, right here. Cleeste was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left of the crystal cavern and found a buried temple. The Overseer requested more time to get his grieving emotions in order, to which the Underseer organized work orders in his place. The labor dwarves weren't yet sure how to feel about this arrangement, but they would respect it if it meant they could work again. The miners held a small party in the Opal's Ale for Lundak, wishing her luck in the new job. The blacksmith had met with the mages and chief pump operator, and they formed a team to construct an arcano-mechanical laboratory somewhere across the drawbridge. Much trial and error was had to bring the workshop to life, as well as weeks of collecting the needed materials alone. Nevertheless, dwarven ingenuity shan't be underestimated, as the new machinery began to stir, pump, spin, and hum with life. Doing double duty as blacksmith and revolutionary tinkerer would be strenuous for one dwarf, and so he brought a second smith aboard to work the forge on weekends. While it was both a relief and shame to leave the crystal cavern as is, a silver lining was how surprisingly easy it was to pass through. The miner's next job was simply to reach the other side of the cavern and dig out the space. In the crystal's light, morale was fairly high for once. As it goes, they continued into a hollow chamber, finding intricate stone carvings on the wall. The centerpiece was a great crystal glass globe, flanked by Piscean statuettes. Oh, I was already on it. An old temple rests, remembered only by the soil and stone. It was reminiscent to the 2 shrines in the hold, and so the workers sought to report to one of the clerics. Well, one of them. Bundar was still stuck in her bizarre trance, drumming on Cleiste every chance she got. Round 109. Traded 30 trade goods for 60 resources. Oh yeah, the Inventor's Lab. Mechanically, it's a bit similar to the Wishing Well, where you would pay a number of trade goods, except instead of only it being a 50-50 chance at something good, like you would pay 50 trade goods and then consult an invention table. And so I kind of homebrewed a bit with this first invention, because it was really important to have this done. Anyway, so invested 50 trade goods to the Inventor's Lab, and 2 Broly's were reinvented. And as we can see, this is a friendly one. Note the eyes. So now we got our own new little units in our 2 Broly's. which I decided was... What I decided was that they would still, like during combat, move one space at a time, or so it would be, but they were immune to like disconnected walls and floors and ceilings. They could dig through anything, because they're specialized in small tunnels. So, like, if this little guy wanted to dig down into these barracks here, he could just dig right down. Doesn't matter that they're separated with a roof. Yeah, friends! Alright. Let's see, trade goes to Inventor's Lab, 2 rollies were reinvented. A second stockpile was built next to the Inventor's Lab. Cleese was struck, giving miners insight. The miners dug downward in the space next to the lower kitchen. So next to... Or wait, lower kitchen? I'm confuzzled. I might have mistyped this. Miners dug downward in the space next to the lower kitchen. Oh, okay. So it was this, yeah. Dug out a tunnel, accessed this space, and found 24 trade goods. The blacksmith beamed with pride as he was able to reverse engineer the mechanics behind the tube rollies, allowing him to craft them for dwarven servitude at any time. The assistant blacksmith had pitched another invention idea, handing him blueprints for weaponized minecarts. He thought it was cute, but given that Fortress Thalbeer had made zero use for minecarts at all, it seemed like a pointless endeavor. Still, he shelved the schematics to not hurt the boy's feelings. The miners decided to have a little fun with their next designated task. Instead of digging out a rough staircase like they normally did, they shaped the path to and fro like a chute. Climbing back out was a bit cumbersome, but they felt the slide down was worth the trouble. Meanwhile, unable to catch his brother at a good time, Homchar wrote him a letter about his departure. He gave assuring words of Ragrov and Galshi's latest culinary accomplishments, but also added some flowery words of encouragement. He was proud of what Thistic accomplished, knowing there would be mistakes along the way. It wasn't just part of learning a trade, but also being a leader, and many other roles as well. Frankly, it was all just part of living life itself. Round 110. The damaging trap in the underground cavern was reset, costing 15 resources. The defensive barricade in the bottom layer was repaired, costing 45 trade goods. A bridge was built across the gap in the underground cavern. So, right here. Cleese was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left across the new bridge, and they found another abandoned library. A spellbook bursts with magic energy. One of the dwarves receives a bad omen. The day was feeling chipper for most of the dwarves. Some of the defenses were finally being repaired or reset entirely. However, an unexpected cherry on top was Thistic, up and about, tending to his duties around the hold. It was evident there was still some pain in his heart, but it was like some of the weight had lifted. It was a welcome change, as many workers greeted and talked to him with little smiles in their beards. A work order was finally arranged to have miners dig into the stone across the cavern's gap. The coarse minerals gave away as they dug, something they came to expect at all times now. It revealed more old, dusty bookshelves, very similar to the previous library they uncovered before. And, as if stumbling into a reenactment of the event, a magic tome began to glow. Its pages flew violently open, this time spewing dark, arcane energy all around. The miners winced, ready for the worst, but they appeared to be spared of whatever evil the spell carried. Ethereal tendrils flew through hall after hall, stair after stair, to reach the top layer. Rhymes. They all honed in on dear Bundar, still deep in a trance. She had no means on hand to ready herself, and the dark magic easily possessed her. They brought a terrible vision forth. A giant tidal wave crashes into Thalbir, destroying all that stood on the surface. Dozens of dwarven bodies floating lifelessly in halls filled with water. Brief glimpses of entities swimming around, both of the water itself and yet beings of their own. They bore cruelty in their eyes, singing melodies of murder, revenge, deception, and tyranny. But it wasn't their own voice she heard. A woman wrapped in shadow spoke through them, controlled them. The figure darted at Bundar, her eyes piercing into the cleric's mind and psyche in an instant. Bundar awoke, screaming, shaken as she returned to the waking world. Round 111. Crafted 4 more tube rollies. No new rooms were built. Cleese was struck, giving the miners insight. Miners dug left of the abandoned library and found a magma shaft. Except, in truth, it was actually supposed to be another volcanic shaft, like dormant shaft, but there were already so many rooms, like that already went down to the bottom, so what I did was, like, I resolved to just make it a magma shaft, where the magma was spilling out visibly, but it wasn't interacting with the room itself. So yeah. Bundar ran everywhere, more terrified than it was ever thought possible for her. She cried out to everyone who would listen, and there were a great many who trusted her in whatever she said. While not nearly as manic as she was, several dwarves were unsettled and exchanging confused mumblings amongst each other. She described her vision to the overseer, Thistic, pleading that he take further protective measures for the fortress. Time was short, and the looming threat was great. The overseer's thoughts were scrambled in the panic, just as Lundak arrived with a report. The miners claimed that unexplored spaces within their parameters were growing fewer, with no sign of the Void Crystal yet. If they don't find it within one of these spaces, the Void King would consider the hold a failure and have it condemned. Unless they suddenly pushed for independence from prior flyings, there would be nothing left they could do. Bundar's anxiety spiked in turn, claiming that the Void Crystal was Thalbir's only failsafe. She pressed for the miners to dig, to continue digging no matter what. The cleric likewise had no qualms with using Cleese to aid their endeavors, as long as they kept digging up what remained. Round 112. A cleric was hired to investigate the buried temple. Right down here. The buried temple conjured a rift, thanks to the cleric's investigations. Hazel moved up to the crystal cavern. No new rooms for... Ah! Jesus Christ. We're getting close to the end, I promise. Hazel moved up to the crystal cavern. No new rooms were built. Cleese was struck. The miners dug right of the blinding gas chamber. and found a second wishing well. As the miners were rushed along by Bundar, she wanted a fellow cleric to look into the ancient temple found near the crystals. If anything of value, power, or both could be salvaged from the ruins, the dwarves couldn't afford not to make use of it. The cleric first took note of the carved images in the pillar, right here, depicting two figures and magic jewels submerged underwater. One figure was definitely identifiable as Mountain King Rookfisher, but the other person was unknown. They appeared feminine and wore a crown similar to the king's. When the cleric tried to study the crystal glass orb, she somehow awakened the energy dormant within. It swirled into a dark violet before a burst of wind had unleashed and knocked the dwarf off her feet. A dark rift had opened in the temple, and for a moment, all was still. The cleric listened closely, and her skin ran cold as a distant howl of laughter echoed from within. The music had begun to play, the twisted demonic voices growing closer. It was a danger everyone in Thalbir knew too well. The Circus of Chaos had demanded an encore. I'm sorry, Syrah. I wish I knew how to lower the volume of my phone alarms. Real sorry. Round 113. The circus clowns continue rehearsing. Hazel pulls the cleric away from the buried temple, and a defensive barricade was built in the buried temple. Cleese was struck, miners' insight, and the miners dug right to the space above the museum and found a 2-space-wide monster village. Hazel, being an experienced witch, relatively, was plenty familiar with what dark magic felt like. When they felt the air grow heavy and heard the faint sound of cackling nearby, they sprang to immediate action. They tracked down the cleric in the buried temple, recognizing the off-putting calliope of the Circus of Chaos playing within the rift that had opened. They yanked the cleric to the crystal cavern, casting a spell to construct a barricade behind them. They remarked that they were familiar with the demonic clowns, and thankfully knew how to close the gate before they start causing terror. They placed a pouch of valuable gems in the cleric's hand, and told her to offer it to the rift. She quivered with fear, but trusted Hazel to know how to nip this problem in the bud. The miners quickly disturbed more trouble of their own, continuing to dig a tunnel over the museum. This time, when a chamber was broken into, a small creature immediately jumped and screamed at them. A village of pucker folk had been infiltrated, and they didn't appear interested in talking over mugs of ale. Round 14. Traded 18 trade goods for 36 resources. The circus clowns bring out their first performer. The cleric returns to the buried temple. 2 pucker folk join the others, forming one group. The pucker troupe moves towards the stairwell. Oh right, bio? Pucker folk. A race of subterranean humanoids that stand squat. They have 3 eyes and sucker-like mouths, hence their designated name. They are intelligent, but unpredictable amongst other races like dwarves. Some tribes can socialize and negotiate, while others will respond with hostility. Okay, Hazel returns to Opal's Ale. 20 trade goods and the cleric were sacrificed to close the buried temple's rift. Built a damaging trap at the stairwell next to the museum. So right here. Upgraded the damaging trap to level 3. Sasdut's squad moves to the cannon outpost. The elevator descends to the 5th layer. So they're planning to get aboard the elevator. The two Broly's burrow down to the lower barracks. A second cannon outpost was built right of the portal room. So right here. Cleste was struck. Miners dug up from the stairwell and found a large creature nest. A slither mole's lair. The latest dangers present in Thalbir's walls was the most multifaceted in its history. One should start from the top. After sending the cleric to her duty resolving the rift, Hazel sent a messaging mouse to warn the Underseer of the enemies coming from beneath. Lundak received a distress call swiftly enough to order Sasduth and his troop to prepare for anything. The cleric clutched the treasure bag with cold sweat stabbing at her forehead and palms. She approached the rift slowly, her knees wobbling once she stood by right in front of it. The laughter heard inside quieted down somewhat, leaving the dwarf alone in the eerie calm. A gloved hand reached out of the portal and found its way, gently touching the bag of gems. A face emerged next, with a serrated smile, top hat, and a handlebar mustache. A magician. It stared at the cleric, savoring her visible trepidation. As the clown made its full exit, it took the pouch in its hand and seemed to pull a sleight of hand to make it disappear. The dwarf reflexively clapped erratically, hoping it was enough. Indeed, the clown proceeded to take a bow. With lightning speed, it grabbed and shoved her into the rift to her inevitable torment. With a snap of its fingers, the portal collapsed into nothing, leaving it to cause trouble. Not much could be said about the pucker folk. A group of hunters banded together, eager to make their way through the hold. The blacksmith caught wind of the troubles coming from below and quickly set to work. He commanded the two Brolys to mobilize, and all the while arranged deadly traps and cannons at the bottom layer. As the pucker folk were readying for their assault, the miners took an unorthodox escape tactic, digging their way to safety. With Bundar's urgency to mine what remains in their underground territory, it would be killing two birds with one stone. The miners miraculously managed to evade the pucker folk, only to realize they dug into another wide-open chamber. A deep snort and growling arose beside them, a slither mole charging to nip at them with venomous fangs. The beast had no interest in pursuit, but simply to protect its home, to the gratitude of the dwarves. Round 115. Traded 16 trade goods for 32 resources. The magician attacks the defensive barricade with 65 strength. The wall of stone disappears. The pucker troop moves down the stairwell, triggering the damaging trap. At 30 strength, their total HP is whittled to 50. So, their total HP would have started at 80. The two Brolys burrow down to the blinding gas chamber. Hazel moves towards the lower kitchen. Sasduth's squad moves into the elevator. The elevator descends to the 7th layer. No new rooms were built. Cleste was struck. Miners dug left of the new Slithermole's nest and found 11 resources. So, I know it was 4 spaces wide. So right here. 11 resources. As new enemies and old were closing in, Bundar pleaded the gods for their protection. Her normally warm, plump hands were ice cold, clasped together in a devout vice grip. The witch Hazel sought shelter in the nearby kitchen, to Gulshi's surprise. Sasduth and his warriors took to the lift to bring pain and death to the clown. The Pucker folk were bloodied, but determined to raid and raze. The artifacts displayed in the nearby museum especially caught their fancy. Meanwhile, the miners had not spoken a word to each other since provoking the Slither Mole. Between the creature and whatever is happening under their feet, there were no safe havens in any direction. One of the dwarves gestured to listen closely to the chamber before them. The large, scaly beast was awfully quiet the past few minutes. On their tiptoes, they peeked at the Slither Mole, which had decided to take a nap. They took this opportunity to sneak past it and over to the far wall, their next target. In the middle of digging, they remarked that the stone directly below was their final quarry. The stone appeared particularly sturdy, so it would take a bit more time to mine through the whole thing. The fate of the Fortress Thalbeer rested on the shoulders of these loyal laborers. Round 116. The magician strides into the crystal cavern. The Pucker troop moves into the museum. They steal 10 trade goods worth of items, which, for the record, like monsters from monster villages, they do that. Anytime they find, like, one of your rooms, they kind of ransack it and steal anything valuable. The two Broly's burrow down into the slime cave. Sastu's squad march out of the elevator. No new rooms were built, and the miners kept working to clear the stone. I will go over this way. Round 117. The magician dashes into the slime cave, attacking the two Broly's. The two Broly's attack it, whittling its HP to 50, but they are all destroyed. The Pucker troop continues robbing the museum. They steal 10 trade goods worth of items. But 2 cannons, for you see, ranged units not only can attack the space right adjacent to them, but also a second space beside that. 2 cannons fire on the Pucker folk at 60 strength. Their blood splatters on the final blank frame. Sastu's squad charges toward the magician with a total of 55 strength. All but one of the soldiers survives. Unfortunately, Sastuth was not the survivor. No new rooms were built, but the miners have almost broken through. The annihilation of both threats was quick and bathed in blood of all kinds. In the museum, the Pucker folk had no idea what hit them. The best they had were 2 simultaneous booms, and suddenly they were removed from their torsos. The carnage made its mark upon the surface of the last frame in the Grand Hall, the stone still smooth and untouched. In memoriam, the blood of Pucker folk would be remembered by the dwarves of Thalbeer. The magician made shockingly quick work of the Rollies, slicing each of them apart with blade-sharp throwing cards. When Sastuth and his troops took positions in the slime cave's hall, his seasoned eyes glared fiercely into the demon's eyes. No pain, no compassion, no pity to find in those eyes. No mercy. He smirked, being sure to return the same look. As every soldier charged with spears in hand, the magician threw his grand cape into the air, obscuring the view to all outside observers. In an instant, the clown, Sastuth, and every dwarf but one lie dead, their bodies broken and twisted as blood pooled under them. The last soldier, overcome with confusion, fell to his knees. His own captain rested before him, nothing but a cold body. Clutched in his calloused hands was his trusty enchanted spear. The survivor stared at it unsure if this is its newest resting place. Thalbir's end approaches. Will the gods come to their aid, or will their doom reach them first? And finally, round 118. Earned 40 trade goods for the full prisons, paid 5 trade goods for Jathri's service. But no new rooms were built. The miners dug down into the final space and found, finally, the stone breaks apart to a new cavity. A winding tunnel heading downward, big enough for the miners to fit through. The passage leads to a small cavern with a wide pond covering its every side. In the distance is a rock formation, its head above the water's surface. It's a lonely platform sitting in the middle of this underground body of water, perfect for just one person to perch onto. Then the miners realize someone is sitting on it. Their candles can't reach far enough to make out any details, but a vaguely humanoid shape is evident enough. Before long, a wordless song comes from the figure. A graceful, calming, and feminine tone. A few of the miners even comment that it sounds familiar. One of them decides to approach the platform, trying to be careful not to let his head sink under the water and putting his helmet's candle out. As he gets closer, a beaming smile grows over his face. He recognizes the form of the musical water nymph, Lucono. As he grasps the stone platform, he laughs and cries out to the others that she's alive. They join the moment of merriment off on their own side, yelling how much she was missed. The nymph looks over her shoulder, giving a sweet smile to the dwarves. More singing begins, but something is different. This one has lyrics, and Lucono's mouth remains still. The tune carries similar to her own voice, but sounds like a melancholic shanty, and perhaps resonates more loudly. The single dwarf peers around, the source of the voice seeming to change directions constantly. The reverb of her words swells, the tone and words of the song shifting to threats. The miners by the passage are launched by a giant tail, screaming before a silencing splash. The water pulls itself up, molding itself into multiple feminine figures resemblant of Lucono. The dwarf turns, slipping back into the water in his confusion. As his candle goes out, the whole chamber is pitch black. He manages to grasp the rock platform with one hand, pulling himself out with a racing heart and heavy breaths. Water steadily spills downward behind him. The sound of something emerging. Something very big. Two piercing eyes break the darkness. A curling grin comes after, a woman's haughty chuckle after that, and a violent surge of water after that. Bad end! So, final notes as an epilogue. Bad end. Lucono, the Siren Queen, had invaded Thalbir and successfully conquered it. The hold was flooded with ocean water. Many dwarves either drowned or were enthralled by her singing. The legendary axe Yurhef and legendary drum Cliste fell into Lucono's control. The void crystal was never found. After 4 years of work, the Overseer's expedition resulted in failure. When the Mountain King heard of Thalbir's ruin, he waved it off. It was only the first attempt, and there were many more teams of dwarves eager to take on his quest. So, what happened was I decided for the final space of, this final space to dig into, I would decide to ignore all cards except for one of two. It was either going to be the red Joker or the black Joker. If I found the red Joker, it would have been the void crystal. They would have found it and they would have been saved. But the black Joker, explicitly what the black Joker does is unleash an ancient monstrosity. And this ancient monstrosity can take a myriad of forms. It's basically equivalent to the forgotten beasts of Dwarf Fortress. Myriad of forms and myriad of potential threat levels. But yeah, I had full intention of shaping this this sort of outcome upon Thalbir. I had the idea that actually, before I give away what my idea was, I will just read one of the bios in the Ancient Monstrosities notes that I have as presets. So, number 5 is Lucono, the Siren Queen. At 100 strength base, her traits as an ancient monstrosity is black-blooded, which means that any room that she occupies will be flooded with liquid, in this case ocean water. Hypnosis, where the nearest troop of my units are possessed and become hostile. And Broodmother, which means she herself is actually fixed in place, and she can't move from there. But what she can do is convert any adjacent spaces into nests or into hives, so to speak. And in this case, it would have been magic pools, and the minions that would come out are as described. Most know of Lucono as a kind, reclusive water nymph. They are but half right. The nymphs are merely elemental extensions of the all-feared Queen of Sirens, scattered across the world to be her eyes and ears. Such measures are due to the Queen's enormity, limiting her access to many places. As the nymphs travel further away from her, their nature changes to be opposite of the original murderous manipulator. If a nymph grows ornery, the dreadful songstress draws near. But there are nary many left who still remember. So that's Lucono, the Siren Queen. And the Lucono that we have come to know as, the beloved water nymph of Thalbir, in truth originated from the terrible Siren Queen. And, if the true Lucono happened to get close by, that water nymph would probably have turned hostile. Just because that's how it works. The nymph was merely an extension of the Siren Queen's will. Anyway, so that is how my first campaign of Delve ended. But I'm proud to say that I did manage to dig out every single space of this huge grid. Like, look at this. I posted this on Twitter a little while ago, like earlier in the week. Down here is where I kept track of my resources and my trade goods. This is the final amount that I had of both. And so, yeah. I just determined, like, I determined that if I drew the Black Joker on the last space, I would just accept defeat. Like, an ancient monstrosity would come. In this case, obviously, it would be Lucono. And, like, I tried to kind of work around the game, and yet the game also tried to work around me a bit. We kind of had this little dance of... We kind of had this dance with each other to sort of make this story happen. Oh, by the way, this is the Underseer's office. I think I forgot to show it off. So this is where Lundak worked and managed work orders. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, I freaking loved this game. I was super hyped to get right into it as soon as I bought it from Itch.io, which, speaking of, why don't I drop a link? Because the game itself is actually quite cheap, and one of its expansions is actually completely free. So, my library. There are two expansions. One costs money, but the other does not. Okay. So, right here, you can find the link to Delve, a solo map making or map drawing game by, I believe her name was Anne Blackwell, who, by the way, happens to be a trans woman. Support your trans designers. It was very good. It was very fun. I will also post the link in the VOD once this goes to YouTube. Anyway, a few other things to go over before I wrap up for tonight. It's getting pretty late. I decided to do something kind of interesting. Considering how many named and unnamed NPCs I've created over the course of this campaign, I wanted to see if any of them actually ended up surviving Lucono's invasion. So, I did a head count and I flipped coins, and here are the final results. Starting with the named NPCs, the founder and overseer, Thistic Hornpike, is dead. Boontar Splashcrag, the Cleric of Fortune, the one who saw Thalbir's final days coming. She is dead. Warosa Lockridge, the major of Thalbir's largest militia force, is alive. And the question extends then, if she's alive, did she either escape, or is she currently enthralled by Lucono? And the answer to that is, she escaped. Honestly, I'm pretty happy that she managed to escape. So, yeah, now the story of whatever the hell happened in Thalbeer can be passed on. You know, and other potential expedition teams can now be wary of this new Siren Queen that was invading some of the territory of prior Flyns. Anyway, Jathery Frothheim, the greedy rabbit folk hero with the badass flamethrower. She's dead. Ratclon, the tamed lindworm, is dead. Hazel Cloven, the human witch, is alive. And they escaped. And honestly, that makes perfect sense. Like, Hazel could immediately, like, pick up on the bad vibes happening. Like, obviously, they would have an escape plan in short order. Lundak Salvgears, the Underseer, is alive. But she's enthralled. Ragrov, one of the 2 head chefs that was apprenticed by Homchar. He is alive. Worm killed the turtle and deserved to die. Okay, fair enough. Sure. I loved them both, but obviously, like, circumstances. Okay, Ragrov is alive and enthralled. He is serving delicious entrees to his new mistress, the Siren Queen. And then Galshi, the second chef apprentice, is dead. And now for the unnamed NPCs. We have the blacksmith, of sheer creative ingenuity. He survived. And he escaped. Which, that also lines up perfectly. I imagine he probably escaped along with Warosa, and now, you know, they're kind of teamed up together in a difficult situation. You know, they've been robbed of their home, their ranks, their jobs, their livelihoods, to a monstrous Siren Queen, who at one point they thought might have been their ally, in the form of the water nymph. The chief pump operator. Frank Herbert's Wormbrook Dune is kind of not cool. I haven't read or seen Dune, but, like, yeah, I know the Dune worm you're talking about. It's just a worm but big. I mean, not to spoil too much, but this game also kind of provides that option for something similar. Anyway, the chief pump operator is dead. As ironic as that is, the one person whose job was to pump out liquids out of all the chambers and rooms and everything, nah, she drowned. The cleric of defense working at the Shrine of Defense. Survived, but was enthralled. The Twiddle, on the other hand, that's cool. The Dortus. Yeah, I'm kind of a fan. I'm definitely gonna use more Dortuses in future campaigns. Methinks. Anyway, Cleric of Defense is alive but enthralled. The Mages. They're alive. And enthralled. Which, that could be very, very bad. Warosa's battalion. Her soldiers, her warriors, her comrades. They're all alive. And they are all enthralled. So Warosa in particular has a little bit of has some incentive for, like, getting revenge. Squashes children and slurps them up for foods. No! Okay, the hounds, the 4 hounds that guarded the upper prison. Oh, by the way, all the prisoners, all of them, they were never released from their bars, so they're all dead. They all drowned. Like, that's just a given. But the prison dogs, they are alive. I'm happy to report that they are alive. And they escaped. They bolted out the hold's entrance, their instincts kicking in that this place was no longer gonna be safe for them. So now they are out. They are free. They are wild. Whatever adventures will they take? Will they stick together or go their separate ways? Only time will tell. That serves them right, they were criminals. Yeah. And then the last NPC, the survivor, the lone survivor of the clown magician. He's dead. And so every one of the artifacts, as well as the enchanted spear, are now in Lucono's grasp. Which, when you remember that your hef can revive the dead, that is so bad. It's so bad in universe. Like, out of universe, it's super interesting. Anyway, that was all the NPCs. But as for some other numbers that I cracked down on, did a painful little amount of math that my gay brain isn't good at, I decided to determine the total amount of fatalities outside of the NPCs. Soul Survivor, not so great at surviving, it turns out. No, he was too busy having a heroic BSOD. Anyway, the total fatalities of Thalvir. I wasn't actually sure how many residents that I actually wanted living in Thalvir. I hadn't made it clear early on. Obviously, the country of Prior Flines has over 700,000 citizens, and most of them are dwarves. So, like, I went with a random number generator, and so the total number of residents of the hold was picked at 5,594. 65% of these over 5,000 residents are dead. They drowned. And it results in specifically 3,636 deaths. 3636. And of course, the math indicates that 35% survived, with 1,958. However, 56% of those survivors are enthralled, making 1,097 slaves to the Siren Queen. Whereas 44% actually escaped, leaving 862 refugees. Whatever will happen to them, no one knows. So that was the total number of fatalities and survivors, not counting the NPCs. And then the other numbers I crunched was the total amount of wealth that Thalbeer had amassed in its nearly 4 years of standing. Nay, don't go there. So, as we can see, the total remaining wealth for resources and trade goods were at 52 resources, 201 trade goods. As for the 118 rounds of Thalbeer's lifespan, 525 resources were earned. Now, for the trade goods, don't forget, for a long while, for most of the campaign, I had 20 and then 40 trade goods getting paid to me every round, just automatically. So, it left us with a total of 3,049 trade goods earned. And then as for trading, we traded in 226 trade goods in exchange for 452 resources. That was pretty easy to crunch, like one was just double the number. And then likewise, only 20 resources were traded for 10 trade goods. Throughout the entire thing, that was the only resource trade. And then we have to pay mind that Jathery, as soon as she arrived, she demanded 5 trade goods be paid for her services every round. And that left Jathery, the late, with 465 trade goods paid. She is just as much rich as she is dead. Alright. And that, Lily Pals, yeah, I edited the text document a little bit. This was Delve. This was my first campaign. I imagined that I was gonna be talking for a while and up into the night. I'm glad that you all stuck around to listen to me jabber on about this new interesting game that I have been having brainworms about, that I've been fixating on for the past couple of weeks. Well, a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And so now, my only remaining inquiry is, would y'all be interested if I streamed the next campaign live here on Twitch, so you can see the hold actually evolve in real time. And if the answer is yes, which please say yes, please say yes, please say yes. I would really love to do it. If the answer is yes, my question then is, what kind of campaign should it be about? Whoops. Should we work on a sequel fortress? A sequel to Thalmir, directly, like with the same country, prior fly-ins and whatnot. You know, we could either do a direct sequel or we could do a soft sequel. Like, we could look at the next expedition team searching for the Void Crystal. Otherwise, yay! Otherwise, this little world that's been developing in the sidelines, I've also come up with the potential of kind of shifting the perspective away from the dwarves and maybe towards the rabbit folk. Because I know the rabbits, they burrow, they dig holes too. We could play as rabbits. Additionally, I also came up with an idea that would involve like a little bit of homebrewing, but it would take place in the same world, and it would be the journey of a village of kobolds. And that's about the most I want to say about it. So it's either more dwarves, rabbits, or kobolds. Or we could do something entirely fresh. Something entirely new. Okay, I gotta vote for rabbits. Well, I will let that stew into the back of y'all's heads. Yeah. I am so eager to play more of this game. On stream or otherwise. It's been kind of tough, like, working and, like, setting up everything, like, to stream and talk about my first campaign and stuff, but hopefully I did alright. Kobolds as in lizard people? Yes. Yes, little leeples. Yeah. So I'm gonna close down Krita. Once again, I will be planning to post the portraits, and I'll probably repost this map over on Twitter. So yeah. Whew. Look forward to that, and that's about it for the moment. Obviously, I'm planning to stream next Friday and Monday. Don't quite know what yet, but I will be releasing a schedule on Sunday, or at least I anticipate to. That's about it. I'm still kind of crazy for this game, so honestly, I will probably start the next campaign like next week, like maybe next Friday. Yeah. And then Monday we'll see. We'll see what I get up to, what I feel like. But for now, though, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you, Lily Palace, so much for listening to my rambling about a game I discovered and enjoy. And I hope that you will tune in for the next campaign. however soon that may or may not be. Let's find someone to raid. My voice is getting tired. I'm getting tired of talking. Bye-bye, Sarah. If you want to stick around for the raid, you can do that. Or not. I'm not your boss. But anyway, that's the first raid message. And then for the freebies, the freebie lily pals, there you go. Who is live right now? Who is live? Who is live? Who is live? Gotta remember to mute some stuff so like it's not immediately like playing out on my stream and making it kind of awkward and weird and disruptive. Let's see. There's not too many close lily pals that I see online right now. We raided Phoebe last time. How about we raid someone new? Ooh, I know. Or, wait, no, never mind. That's clarified as a test stream, so I probably don't want to be disturbed. Let's see. Let's see. How about... Yeah, I'm still banking on somebody new, probably. Let's see. It's a tough choice. Man, I run into this problem every time. Someone I haven't rated before, that's many of them. I'm spoiled for choice. How about we raid Hazel Amanita, who is currently playing Cuphead. Sound alright? Hazel Amanita with Cuphead. Anyway, I will see you all next week, Lily Pals. Thank you for your support, as always, in whichever form you are able to give it, willing and able. I love you all so much. I'm so thankful for you all. A big hug. Sleep well. Drink water. Eat food. Not just snacks. Make sure to shower. Brush your teeth. I did multiple of those things today already, so you can't use the Uno reverse card on me. Anyway, yeah, I will see you all next Monday, whatever I get up to. Look forward to the schedule post next Sunday to know for sure. Anyway, thank you all so much again, Lily Pals. Good night, good time zone. Oh yeah, swimmy!